Okay. Ta-da. Well, hello, Alex. Have you been lonely for the last 2 hours?
Yeah, it was actually a very productive 2 hours.
Oh, hey, Geronimo, you came back. Good deal. Yeah, the marathon's almost over. You know, get through budget, get the retreat done.
Yeah, and then what other exciting development is going to show up in your district?
Well, actually, what will happen is we're moving District 1 over into Yavapai County. That's the first thing we're doing. What do you mean, my district? Judy's the problem. It's her district.
We'll just move our district to Navajo County.
Oh, there you go. With everything, there's good and bad with that. Well, Lena, you are here. Fantastic. I lost track of what times you told me.
Yes.
Good deal. Oh my.
I'm glad we can put some humor into our meeting sometimes. It makes it a lot easier, and for us.
Levity keeps us it keeps us happy, huh? We don't worry as much.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, Steve, good morning.
Yeah, I missed my morning 6 a.m. call from you. What's up?
Actually, you know what's up? Okay, I have my classic. You guys are you're gonna rub this in me, after I tell you this. So once upon a time, Canyon Forest Village hearings went to, I think one went to 2 o'clock, I don't know, or 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, talk about long hearings. And we had 3 of those hearings for Canyon Forest Village. So I got home one day and I backed into the driveway and I backed into my car. And I took out the window in the back of my car, my other car. And so probably the same year, Dry Lake was a very big hearing. We had a couple of those. Got home about 2 o'clock after repairing my vehicle, backed in and took out the window on my vehicle. Yeah. So this morning, with all the smoke out there, I pushed the garage door button, jumped into the van, backed up, and used my rack and knocked my garage door. I messed it up. So we're in the middle of going through a claim right now.
Oh my gosh.
I know. See, Simon. See, these are indicators that maybe we're putting too big to long day in.
No,
I think we're doing good though.
It's been a grueling 6 weeks.
Yeah, 6 weeks. What month are we in? It seems like 6 months. We're in April.
It's like I've been here for 10 years. It's only been 6 weeks.
So what we need to do, see, it's because of this new board that we have.
I knew you were going to get this. I knew you were going to get this.
He said it.
We knew that was coming. We knew it was coming.
I know better than to say anything about new boards anymore. It's all good. Okay, Mr. Chair. I think we are assembling as we speak. People are popping up on the Brady Bunch boxes here.
Speaking of which, while putting all those hours in, you're also working the budget with these guys. So compliments to everybody that's surviving with us. Huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, we want to just kick off by going over schedule real quick and maybe some timeline discussions, because I know we've got board members traveling today, and we want to work around a couple of other things if you could. So today we are scheduled to be in session, of course, now through the end of today. We would like, though, for the board to consider possibly a mid-afternoon stop so that we can do some more analysis based on conversation this morning. So if we could maybe look at adjourning 3 o'clock-ish. I know that Supervisor Fowler is traveling, and I think we will lose her satellite connection mid-afternoon as well. So With that, however, I think that the information we're going to be providing today, not to forecast with the discussion, but I think you'll find that we've provided a lot of analysis to your conversations with departments, kind of reading between the lines on some of the comments you've made throughout the last couple of weeks, and providing you some recommendations for a budget, of course, that would culminate possibly tomorrow in kind of confirming conversations that would allow us to proceed the budget to a tentative adoption on June 8th. So tomorrow we are scheduled to do another full day. I really highly doubt we're going to need the entire day. I think given today's progress and the work that we're going to be doing today, we would probably be looking at a midday, maybe even a mid-morning adjournment for tomorrow. So I'm just kind of thinking out loud going ahead. But again, if we could look at maybe doing an adjournment around 3 o'clock today, that would, I think, accommodate travel schedules and some recharge time after the last couple of days. So I'll stop there and turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and that sounds great, Steve. Everybody okay with that? All right, good deal.
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, and just a note, just as I was getting ready, I saw Siri sent a lot of this information at 9:45.
Yeah, that's
just in case, you know, some of you might not have seen it. I just came in.
for us. So yeah, and again, we're doing the analysis and looking at recommendations and doing some edits, and so it is evolving, and we do, of course, realize that you're at a disadvantage when you're looking at information that's coming hot off the press, but some of the follow-up required some conversations with staff throughout the organization up until 15 minutes ago. So that allows us to walk through the information, making sure that you all have enough time to look at it, and so that you do not feel, nor would I ever expect you to say, approve things and consider things without thoughtful consideration.
Okay, fantastic. Any questions for Steve? No? All right, Steve.
Okay. I'm eating my breakfast bar, excuse me. So, so we'll go to the next slide, please. All right. So follow-up items today, review, of course, follow-up items, receiving board direction on SRS, Title I allocation, the flood control district tax, and then the revised recommendations. And so from the meetings with departments and elected officials the last couple of weeks, that actually are discussions at the manager level that came, several weeks ago, we had recommendations that were brought to you in the information that you've had since last week. And so then, of course, the discussions with the departments have provided additional perspective and opportunities to look at. And so the recommendations, the revised recommendations that we're going to be going through today, look at the budget requests in an additional light. We're not changing our minds on many things, but I think we're looking at more opportunities. So we're looking at more opportunities within the capacity of the budget. Now it kind of gets to, the budget, of course, has defined resources. But of course, when we look at the budget and how we prioritize those within the organization, within the limitations of the budget, that's what we're coming to you today with additional recommendations that in some ways, looks at our FTE growth, also looks at our compensation, it looks at our operations, it looks at the opportunity that we have this year with additional ending fund balance resources and operationalizing a portion of those ending fund balances responsibly and appropriately. The other big piece, of course, with regard to recommendations is going to be the American Rescue Plan that we are receiving funding from, and looking at some of those opportunities that are specifically spelled out in ARP, and then some that, while not specifically spelled out, we do have an opportunity through the current review and comment process to raise new issues back to Treasury and the administration on some things that the ARP doesn't specifically speak to, but through your connections at NACO, WIR, relationships at CSA, we are going to make a strong case for some of the components of ARP that are not specifically spelled out yet, and I mean yet, are included in our budget scenarios. And so we'll get to those when we get down the road. Okay, the next slide. We also have long follow-up items that are a lot more of a long-term discussion that are not going to take place in terms of the conclusions are not going to happen in today's or tomorrow's conversation, but there are policy discussions that we want to come back to you with throughout the year. First is training and certification. You'll remember that this actually came to us first from our Honorable Recorder, Patty Hansen, related to elections training. Since then, and I think we've had some discussions with other departments, that we show that there are a variety of other certifications that our team go through in order to, of course, to be masters in the disciplines that they work within. So, you know, some of we were talking about building inspectors, appraisers, public fiduciary. We have individual professionals up in finance department that have training with GFOA. And so there's a lot of different opportunities where we want to look at certification as a very important part of career ladders. And I think when we invest in certification, we certainly want our team members, once they're certified, to remain with the county, because that helps with our retention. It helps with our talent pool here at the county. And so that's a broad, very meaningful discussion to have. So we want to bring that to you.
Steve,
Yes.
this is just a sampling, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. The other longer term discussion is when we look at the philosophy of court fees. Now, this, of course, is a discussion that is primarily driven at the state level through the Administrative Office of the Courts, through the legislature. At the same time, we certainly can, and through our justice partners here at the county, begin to see the trend where fees are not going to be, they're going to have a different place with regard to how that fits into restitution and consequences, et cetera. And I think the philosophy, though, is going to compel us to look at fees, maybe not as a predominant source of revenue for some of the programs. And so with that, the counties, and I think counties in general, will be looking at how much there will be, I think, a greater reliance on the general fund to fund certain programs where we in the past have had fees that have been, you know, good, if you will, in those areas. Another fee that's not even in the criminal justice area is the storage and retrieval fund that that was part of the clerk of the courts budget. For many years, and Matt can remember this, we relied on storage and retrieval funds out of the clerk of the court to fund a number of enhancements. And while you can still do that, that fund has shrunk over time. And so we have a more need to fill with resources. Again, a couple of examples. So again, fees in general, looking at what we can be doing in that area. So that's another follow-up item that will be longer in discussion. The next is a philosophy on facilities self-performance, otherwise known as in-house, out-house contracting. So this last year, the philosophy here at the organization was more of a do more in-house work with regards to facilities improvements. At the same time, and I think this was illustrated to us by Sue Brown, the director, that when we do a lot of our in-house contracting, we're not doing as much of our preventative maintenance of our assets. And so the discussion on the philosophy behind contracting versus doing in-house work is going to be discussed as a discussion. My position, which of course is up for board discussion, is that we should be doing contracting out to the extent that it's possible. There are certain projects that make sense for us to do in-house, but I think that there's also the opportunity when we're contracting out, we provide the opportunity for the private sector to become a participant in some of our work here at the county. So it does create a little bit of a pieces of stimulus, if you will, in those areas. So that's facility self-performance. The next is, excuse me, Parks Master Plan. Certainly a couple of comments throughout the last couple of weeks on let's revisit the plan. I think I need to look at it again. It's been a while since I've looked at it and really took a deep dive into what the master plan shows us, what our experience for the last 10, 15 years has been in that master planning effort. I think when we also look at Parks master plan, we're looking again county-wide. You know, we have a great asset at Fort Tuthill, but Fort Tuthill is not our only parks asset. And so we did major improvements and expansions when we did the parks open space plan several years ago. And so looking at how we have a county-wide reach is important, and some of the partnerships we have with the parks and recreation area is important.
Hey, you going for Q&A, or are you just going to put a summary?
Yeah,
summary out there.
This is just actually just a discussion right now, Mr. Chair. So if there's some points you want to raise.
Actually, you know, if you don't mind me interrupting, so I was a little bit confused because we just finished the Parks Master Plan like last year. So, you know, it could be, you know, more interest in Parks Master Plan, but I was wondering, are we confusing that with Tuthill's about due for a master plan because of the influence of the hospital changes that have occurred out there? So I didn't know if they might be being mixed up. Maybe they aren't, and maybe I have that wrong.
Okay.
Go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, and I was thinking the same too. I just didn't want to interrupt county manager on this, but I know that one of the requests, of course, from Cynthia was the implementation of the Parks Master Plan that was completed last year. So, and so for that, we probably do need to take a look at the master plan and what needs, you know, what were the recommendations and how do we move forward? But then Fort Tuthill is coming up as well. So,
okay. And now we do have Cynthia is on the attendee in the group today and the attendees, and so you know we can certainly promote her to panelist, and we can have a discussion on that if we would like to do that at this time.
Do you want to have a discussion, Steve, right now, or is this just an overview?
Just an overview.
Okay. Thank you.
Cindy, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I would just say this really captures what was just shared by Supervisor Horstman, that the Parks Master Plan and really looking at the implementation. But the second piece relative to the specific budget requests will come up later in the budget discussions. So, okay. Thank you.
And Cynthia is with us too, if you want to, this is an overview. So Cynthia, did you have anything quickly to add to the conversation?
No, just that, yeah, there are two master plans. The new one is the Parks and Recreation County-wide plan, and then we do have an older 2013 Fort Tuthill County or Fort Tuthill master plan. And so I'm sorry if those two got confused, but we have been discussing through this budget process two separate master plans.
Okay, thank you. And I may have led to the confusion there. It's probably on me for doing that. So next on the follow-up list would be a grant writing resource for the county. This, of course, was raised several times in the last couple of weeks of what are the opportunities with grants, how we secure grants, how we work with departments on new grant opportunities, whether that resource be in a position or whether that resource be in how we structure that function here at the county. But we did put that as a follow-up item with the board as well. Okay. Any questions on this particular set of items? Okay. Then move on to the next one. I think this Vice Chair may have had a question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Lena. I can't see y'all, so if you just speak up. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Steve, for covering, at least introducing this. What we just covered is all of that here. What you're saying is that that's no part of this is in the budget that we're going to consider. Is that what you're proposing? Are there pieces in there that may be in the budget, but it is a longer discussion?
Miss Supervisor Fowler, you are correct that the items that certification, court fee, self-performance, so there's nothing specifically in the budget. There was one increment in the facilities department where they were proposing a new position that would be focusing in on if we did in-house contracting. That was one part. We did not put a recommendation on that yet, just given that there's more discussions to be had. But I think you're right that generally there are, by having the budget discussion today, we're not going to be cornering or boxing ourselves into a corner with regard to these items here.
So it might be good to know also, would be how much of this year's different departments brought up the fees. It might be good to corral all those fees and find out how much is there that is in reduction total to the county right now. And then with CSA, finding out, what are they seeing in their system?
Okay.
The other 15 counties.
Okay. Yeah, we'll add that to the discussion on fees.
And then the trainings also, maybe CSA can, if they're, I don't know what kind of trainings, I don't know what kind of positions, is it something that can be done in coordination with ACO and CSA and we do it here? Or is it these trainings are actually elsewhere and at nationwide and there's no way of collectively saving dollars? I'm just thinking about coordination and seeing how with partnership we might be able to save dollars.
Yeah, and you raise a good point.
I guess that's in that long discussion.
And a good example of that, Supervisor Fowler, was when Assessor Reese was talking about the appraiser training. They had actually arranged with the Department of Revenue to come to Flagstaff to do the appraiser 1 training. And I think that's an example of some of the partnerships and opportunities that we could work on so that we're not having to do the travel. There are some cases though, where we're just given the example for the Academy for the Sheriff's Department. This year, the Academy was held in Yuma. Actually, Yuma County, it's a partnership that they have with Arizona Western College to have their training down there. And I will report, not to make that this is a done deal, but we have in my time at the community college, we had a conversation with Sheriff Driscoll about possibly creating a law enforcement academy with the partnership with CCC, so that we would not then have to have our deputies travel to other parts of the state for that cadet training. And so we get good opportunities there.
Okay, well, great. And what are you thinking on the grant writing? You're just gonna see what is needed out in the county departments and then figure out what to do from there?
Yes, and so it would be looking at what are each of the departments doing with regard to grant seeking and grant management. What are the resources? Because I do believe, I'm not sure if it's still in place, but we did have a subscription with eCivis, a grant writing resource that had an online tool that provided the opportunity for us to do our own research. Of course, that's decentralized, and each department did that to the extent that they had staff available to do that. But we can also be looking at, possibly maybe a position that would be coordinating and be the grant seeker. So I think those are all various things that we need to be talking about as options going forward. But we do have that as a follow-up on the follow-up list for discussion with the board as well as the county leadership.
I want to, Chair Ryan.
Yeah, go ahead, Jane.
I just want to say that I think the grant writing position needs to be allocated they will be looking on for grant writing opportunities all over the place. And then they would get with the departments and then see if they're interested in how they can do that and things like that. So I know that I'm pretty sure you've had a grant writer before, and I think, you know, it's more appropriate now to reinstate that position if there was one, and then solicit grants on that. I know they do have a website and they do have listings. There's a database where you just go in and you just look at the opportunities, you know, grants out there. There's a lot of them, and then just try to match them up and then proceed from there. So I really think we really need a position, you know, that will and then departments, you know, they would be very involved, you know, with this process.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's go on to the next one. So at this point in time, Mr. Chair, we do have discussion on policy matter, of course, for secure rural schools. We have some information to provide. I want to make sure that all of our attendees, so Superintendent Mango Pageant, also Tina Wells, they should be promoted to panelists. And I don't know if there's anyone else on the attendee side. So
I've promoted Tina Wells, and I'll keep my eye out for superintendent.
thanks, Alex. We're running actually a few minutes ahead. We had scheduled this to begin at 10:30, so we can stop here and wait for 10:30 to come. So Tina's here, thank you.
Yeah, and we have, you know, if other board members have comments of what we're looking at. And as you have noted, they are longer term discussions that you just went over. Because the grant writing, my 2 cents on the grant writing is we've been back and forth on that. And there are departments that focus, and they might have a lot more manpower and have the ability to do a little bit more of their own grant writing. But there are times that we need that opportunity, that additional person that's watching a broader scale of what's going on, to have that person attempt to coordinate grants overall. They immediately become overwhelmed just because of the number of grants that we have. Exactly. So yeah, I think it's definitely a follow-up. It's how can we optimize our opportunities.
You bet. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, Alex, I see Superintendent Mango Pageant is on the attendee list.
Okay.
I've just promoted her.
Excellent. It's like being transported in Star Trek.
Uh-huh.
And I also want to say, Mr. Chair, if I could, I'm sorry to just blurt it out, but a huge thank you to Tina Wells. She's actually maybe officially retired or pretty darn close. She's going to be coming back and providing much needed and much appreciated insight and wisdom to us all. So,
yeah, definitely. Looks like she's sitting on the patio with Patrice.
That's right. You guys are on the same patio. So, Mr. Chair, Superintendent Mango Pageant, Cheryl, you want to test your mic just to make sure we can hear you? Can you unmute yourself, Cheryl?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Sorry.
It's okay. It's great. We just want to make sure we're doing a mic check before we get started here. And let's see, Tina Wells, if you can do a mic check. Testing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
How's it going? You see, you got this like smile from ear to ear. It's like life is. It's always been good, right? It's a little bit better.
It's always been good.
Good.
I always try to have a smile.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Mango Pageant, and others, we are bringing back for discussion the Secure Rural Schools Act, the fiscal year 22 funding recommendation, and then broader discussion with regard to, I think there's 2 phases to this. We're looking at discussion today to talk about the allocation for this fiscal year. And then going forward, this was, of course, asked and requested by board members as well as the superintendent to have a longer term discussion about the allocation of the fund going forward. Now, having said that, this is the last year of Secure Rural Schools as we know it. The authorization is still at the federal level, but at the same time, at this point in time, this is the last year of funding. With regard to the county budget, though, we have factored into and built into future years' budgets the current operation of the school superintendent's office, and so that has been built in into the budget going forward. So I'm going to stop here and ask on our staff side, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chairman, who's going to be driving this on the staff side? Siri, is that you or?
Thanks, Steve. Sure, I can go ahead and take this one.
Okay.
All right. So the screen you have in front of you, just as a reminder, has two pieces. The first piece is just the title allocation, and we've kept fiscal year 21 information in here for reference. But the allocation of the forest fees really comes between titles 1, 2, and 3. And the board doesn't have the ability at this point to change those allocations. So this is just for information purposes as far as the Title 2 allocation and the Title 3. But the balance of Title 1 is where the board has the ability to change the allocation within Title 1 and to give staff direction today. So what you see at the bottom is the recommendation that had been put together based on continuing the same philosophy and the same calculation method as had been done previously for Title I, where we do fund the superintendent of schools operations out of the Title I dollars, and then we allocate the remaining balance between schools and roads at a rate of 75% to schools and 25% to roads. So again, this is the recommendation for fiscal year 22 as maintaining the same allocation as had been done in fiscal year 21, but the board does have the ability to give alternative direction if you would choose, where we could increase or decrease either side of this between schools and roads to make 100% allocation. And then I'll go on to the next slide before discussion. So then the other piece where the board does have some flexibility on direction and decision making is the allocation that goes to the schools in terms of the way that it gets divided out. We have a recommendation here from the superintendent of schools office that the school distributions get allocated towards the social emotional learning pilot project. So an increase there for the program that the ESA is administering. We also have an environmental education piece that's handled in-house. They have used some of this accommodation school allocation to fund these programs. So they've reduced what might otherwise come to the accommodation school in terms of a formula allocation in order to support those programs. And then the remaining balance goes to school distributions. And again, it's a formula-based distribution to those schools. So with that, I'll pause because really the direction we're looking for is first of all, if the board would like to recommend an alternative to the Title I distribution or wanted to affirm the recommendation, and then to once that has been determined, how the Title I distribution is recommended based on what the superintendent has put together.
Oopsie daisy. I'm trying to see if I was unmuted in the first place. Okay, so we'll bring the conversation back to where we are. We heard the school superintendent's discussion. Actually, why don't we hear from the school superintendent, and then we have the opportunity to respond. We see what the current allocation is and the recommendation. Cheryl?
Yes. Basically, I still have the same recommendation. What I do want to clarify based upon my understanding, and Tina, I was not in this position last year, so you might need to jump in, is that what we did with the accommodation district money was at some point in time, a few years back, the accommodation district was struggling. So they got a extra amount of money And what we did is we took the accommodation district back down to the regular formula for calculating secure rural schools as we distribute to the schools. So
just some history for the new board members. We've always kind of had like $100,000 set aside, and I'm sure Matt will remember this, but when the ESA division started up, they were given $100,000 from the forest fees, and then we received Rick Renzi money. And so at that time, it was asked.
Was it? No, that'll be good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tina. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's what we called it, the Rick Renzi money,
Yeah.
which was
Yeah.
great. It really helped us. And then at that time, after the property tax, we did it for 1 year for the accommodation school. And ATRA, if I remember right, and maybe Steve will remember this, they threatened to sue the county if we continued with the property tax. So we allocated, since we had the money to fund the ESA, we put 100,000 into the accommodation school. And then for the last couple of years, the accommodation school has been doing fairly well. And I noticed, I did kind of a comparison. If the accommodation school was calculated the same as the other schools, it would be, depending on the ADM, because the acreage is so high, it would be between 20 and 30,000. So we, Dr. Lewis last year decreased the accommodation school allocation to 30,000 and allocated the 70,000 to social emotional learning program. So that's kind of a little bit of the history.
Okay, questions of the board on that? And it gets a little bit confusing, but remind me, could you explain I had forgotten the ATRA thing. That's starting to ring bells in my head, but could you remind me the ATRA conversation again there, Tina?
Oh, what was that?
Do you remember it, Steve?
Not specifically. I know there was some concern about the taxing
Because I think it was only like a penny, but because it went over and above the county's.
This is when, that's right. Yeah, we implemented for what, a year maybe?
Yes, we
Something
tried
like
it for
that.
a year, and
Yeah.
after said, you're going over your limit.
Yeah.
We're going to sue you, and
Yeah.
everybody. And so Mike Townsend and Steve and the superintendent at that time, they all said, "Okay, we'll stop."
Yeah, it had bigger ramifications.
Right. But
Yeah.
that's, yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished there, huh?
I
Okay.
have a comment. Chair
Go ahead.
Ryan.
Go ahead, Judy.
Tina, this question, do you know why there's not going to be any funding for the parent outreach project, or is it non-existent anymore, or do you know why that was taken off, or just?
Yeah, the parent outreach project was kind of just a category, and it was supposed to be pilot programs. And so we kept just funding the same thing over and over and over. And I will just say is there is a parent outreach aspect to the social emotional learning program. And I'd be happy to send you what I wrote up for the board last year when we submitted our social emotional learning proposal.
Okay, and then okay, I see what's going on. Okay.
So this one's acknowledging for, category based on budget that you're moving that money there, and it seems, I remember your presentation last year. You have a really good program that you're trying to build there. It makes good sense that this recommendation is there. Is there any any concern or questions with the board on that?
Mr. Chair, I have no questions on it, and I would accept the recommendation of the county school superintendent on the allocation under the ESA initiative for FY 2020. I think it makes sense. And I'm assuming that the county manager's recommendation, the county's recommendation is to continue the Secure Rural Schools funding under Title I with a 75-25 breakdown between schools and roads, which I'm in favor of as well.
I have a comment, Matt.
Yeah, go ahead, Jude.
Chair Ryan. Has there, were there, and as far as the funding recommendation under road distribution and school distributions, I want to ask Lucinda, how have you used that 422,288 as far as the distribution from the Title I?
I mean, those funds are placed into the overall transportation fund and then used for largely the maintenance operations. One thing that this ties back to historically was the when we lost the school bus, we used to have Safe to Schools funding, and the entirety of that funding was used for the Navajo Nation BIA school routes maintenance. And that funding was all transferred to the tribes, and the counties were no longer eligible. So it's kind of all part in, this is how things transition over time, right? So, but it is not specifically delegated to a specific use. But it is used to maintain roads in the county. I mean, we don't put it to a specific use.
So at the time,
that difference between the 167,000 that we receive from BIA and the close to $1 million that we invest in the BIA roads, part of that is made up with this 375,000. That's one way to think about it.
So what kind of effect will it have if we can discuss at least the road distribution to like 30% to 70%? And the question is for anybody. What kind of what would happen?
Yeah, I didn't hear that. Would you state your question again? I didn't hear it.
I told them to mute you.
They did. They muted my ears. All right.
I was saying the road distribution. I said we did that to 30%, or even talked about 30% school distribution at 70% for the maintenance operation of the for FY22. What will happen, or what effects will it have in the school distribution portion?
The school distribution funds will go down by about 5%.
I know, but what will it affect as far as services?
Each school district gets to determine how they spend their money. So they would just have less financial resources to be able, to spend that money. I don't know how each individual school district spends their secure rural school fund.
Okay.
But 3 years ago, when the board made the decision to move to the 25-75, it was to be able to continue to support particularly the rural schools who really need this funding. And I mean, and we were able to do that because we got the Prop 403 passed. I don't have a concern about road funding in the short term. Longer term, I have a concern. I don't have a concern in the short term, but I think, again, that's part of, I think, the recommendation from the county manager is that we maintain it at the 25-75, because we really, I would not recommend taking money away from those districts.
Okay. Just, I know that there's a lot of needs on the road portion of it, and we're constantly getting calls. We've got, and a lot of roads, it's really bad on, especially on the rural side of communities. So that's the reason why I was saying, I was trying to talk about it, I guess. And
But those roads are largely private roads, and the
Mm.
mechanism for converting those, to improving those roads is by forming a district, and we can take that discussion offline, but, and we do have some funds available to support that process. But that is the mechanism by which people improve private roads, so.
okay, I'm just looking at the school roads and for emergency purposes and stuff like that, because even those roads are not, up to par. And they're very washboardy and, this and that. So that's where I'm coming from, looking at the real aspects of how the roads are for the children that are going to school and probably emergency services if they have to get that. Because they travel really far and just to get emergency help, ambulances going by. And that's where my concern is. And okay, well, I guess, okay, well, we'll talk about it later, I guess.
Well, we can hop around to each board member and talk about it a little bit here. But, I probably want to weigh in a real quick on this. When we made the commitment to raise it to 75%, it was understanding these rural schools, sometimes it's personnel. It really is a pretty substantial impact to them. I've been there on the roadside. I wouldn't want to give up anymore because we do have such a need in roads. Fortunately, 403 is doing well right now, and they're we can get by. And it's not going to be a significant amount of money either.
Yeah.
If you take a look at it, what's that? A percent is what, 1,800? So maybe it's $10,000 that you'll get out of it. So it's not a substantial amount that can really affect a road on it. Whereas what it does for schools is a lot better for that. By the same token, as we had. The thing is, the schools get locked into it and want more and more a lot of times, and it's the road need is there. There's no question about it. We've done well for the schools. I would be very comfortable staying where we are, but let's just feel it out. Go ahead, Lena. Lena, you were going to talk.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would not want to change the formula this year with the proposed programs that are being proposed from the superintendent's office. The students, the schools really need this program. They need extra help, and that's the reason why we changed the formula. And we're taking care of the major arteries of the school transportation system. So I do not want to change the formula. I want to stay with it the way it is, help these schools, especially in this unprecedented time of great need in the communities and with the parents and the students. So and taking away from school, I don't think it's not a good idea. We are doing well with the Proposition 403, and with that one, it's a voter approved. The voters identified and we identified, and the voters approved those routes that are going to be maintained with that money, and that's how that one is set up. So I would say that we stay with it. So go with the recommendation. I would anyway. Thank you.
Hieronymo?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I also wanted to say that I would support leaving the formula the same, 75-25. I just for doing the math, I checked on what 5% would be. That would be a loss to the school districts of $82,000. That's pretty significant.
Okay, sorry, I was a zero off there. Thank you, Hieronymo.
No problem. You know, coming from an education background, you know, I just really value the funding for the schools. And so I also wanted to put in a plug for the social emotional learning. I know that there was the proposal for a pilot. We did social emotional learning at Killip for the last several years, and we've seen positive results. And I definitely advocate for it to implement in the county schools.
All right. You know, actually, and that begs that question. That's the other side of what you're trying to start to build there, Cheryl. You know, my thoughts associated with that is you were talking about how to fortify. If I'm remembering, this is the category where you're looking at the support of the psychologists and additional social work in there. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and so that fits more with an incremental, you know, maybe it's starting out with one time to help fortify it, tap into the ARP, but seeing, you know, that fits more of an SIR type of request for something like that as just a thought associated with it. You know, we could throw, it depends on what it is and what you need with it. Part of what you want to do is reoccurring because you want to fortify that psychologist's salary. You want to take them off. Was it contract so you could hire your own? Is that what you were suggesting?
Yes, that was my SIRS request last year, because with like a contract, it really does save us money, and I don't have those dollars right in front of me now, but I can get those to you. But we kind of have to put out about $625 a day for a psychologist, where if you multiply that by about 225 days, I know schools are in session 183, but there's, you know, prep work and there's work over the summer as well, that is a significant hit to the budget and charge we try to really bring down for the schools. And so having our own employee, as I wrote up in my last SIRS, would actually save us as an ESA, as well as save the districts a lot of money.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Comment, and yes to Superintendent Mango Pageant's words. So the request that was submitted through this year's budget process was specifically for ARP funding for a 3-year pilot project building resilient youth, educators, and school communities. And that aligns perfectly with one of the tenets of the American Rescue Plan. When you look at addressing educational disparities, the categories new or expanded early learning services, expanded resources for high poverty school district, expanding services like tutoring after school program, as well as supports for social, emotional, and mental health needs. And so there's a perfect alignment in that. So we're certainly looking forward to supporting this project through the process.
Okay. All right. So that's that to help out with that program. It seemed really good idea to modify the budget element, removing the category for the school and moving it into this category. And then it sounds like everybody stay the same on the formula. One thing, Cheryl, since you're picking this up as the superintendent, is I encourage you just to see, check in with the school districts to see how they're using their SRS money, because that could eventually become a conversation. Not only that, but we all seem to rally together when we lobby for SRS each year on that. Other comments from board members? No. Cheryl, any follow-up?
No, I just to say is I like your suggestion, and it was kind of in alignment with my, I'm starting June meetings with all the superintendents as well as school leaders, because some of them in our charter schools aren't called superintendents. And because also then the further conversation is in working with some of the other counties and how they work with their money, is the schools actually, if they combine them and use them, rather than looking at as it's my money, it's, Supervisor Horstman's money, it's, Steve Peru's money. But if you combine them, you actually get more money out of it. And I would like some more time because I'm learning about that right now, because I'm going to be talking to the districts about that as well. And then it would be running through the ESA. We would become the fiscal agent. Not saying they're all going to want to do that, but I'm going to begin those conversations.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, great idea, because there is the vulnerability of the money. You'll see sometimes it's a critical piece of a particular district or charter's budget, but by the same token, they build it into reoccurring, and the conversations back over the years have been, don't do that. You got to make it one time, because this could go away. Getting them into the one-time thinking might help you in those conversations as well. Well, I think that takes care of the discussion associated with SRS. Thank you for your time, Cheryl. And if there's any way we can help.
I have another comment.
Oh, go ahead, Judy.
So this 1 million for the FY22 distribution for the schools. It was stated that these funds are used according however the school wants to use it. And what kind of accountability measures do you have as the superintendent's office have, as far as to kind of oversee to ensure that the monies are used in compliance with whatever the money is coming with? I think it's very important that we do that. Maybe an audit, for on-site audits or something like that needs to happen if it's not already being done, because eventually the funding is something that we're discussing, and it's something that we have to be concerned about as board members, to ensure there's accountability and compliance with it, and also if there's maybe some kind of report that just a one pager as to how the program's doing, and even successes, how has it helped them. Those are things that that I was thinking about when we were talking about this earlier.
Mr. Chair, I can speak to the county side. So with regard to the financial audit, so federal programs are a separate audited component of our organization enterprise-wide audit. And so it is measuring, of course, it's evaluating how the federal program dollars are being invested and according to the law. The allocation process as well is also looked at from the standpoint of, are we following our allocation formula as it's of course delivered or distributed out. And then with regard to, I think what we're going to be talking about is maybe a performance audit, or maybe even a results, not even an audit, but a report back on how the districts are then utilizing those dollars. And I would turn to Cheryl to talk about how that conversation at the school district level would proceed, because I'm sure that there would be the opportunity for that kind of feedback proudly from the districts. But Cheryl?
I have not distributed SRS funds before. I'm going to ask Tina how they have historically accountability. But I can see where that can be very powerful, and that can actually be very powerful too, as I look to possibly see if they are interested in combining forces. So Tina, if you could take that.
Sure. In the past, each school superintendent has requested from the school districts what they're spending their force fee money on. They're really, force fees can be spent on anything. There's no restriction, and except for lobbying. You cannot spend it, a school district cannot spend it on a lobbyist. So that's the reason why they use our office quite a bit to help them lobby for Senate bills and House bills and things like that. But some school districts in the past, and I think it changes because there's, no supplanting, as long as it's not, the school district is not paying a position out at M&O and then move it to forest fees, that, that is a no-no. But a lot of it is special ed. Some school districts have actually used it when they haven't received the capital money to fix their buildings. They've used it for music teachers, different scenarios. It changes each time. But I will tell you that I work with the school district auditors, and that is a question that the auditors always look at to, excuse me, look at to see what they're spending their money on as well. So they're getting it from all areas on auditing their money. So does that answer your question, Supervisor Begay?
So these reports or whatever audits information, is that brought back to the county?
No, it is not.
So how are we making sure that those amounts are accounted for? And that this
because
is
the
not
money,
happening?
because we deposit the money into their account. That we directly deposit it into their account, into their forest fee account. And so it's up to them what they spend their money on. We can't tell them what to spend their money on.
So as far as no restrictions, what it's not restricted, and what if there's some lobbying that's going on and we don't know about it, and it's been deposited into their accounts, and then
yeah, we can't see the district side. That's up to the school district auditors to look at that.
Okay, and the auditors, they're not giving any kind of feedback to the county?
In a whole, the whole audit is giving us a feedback. We don't get to see individual items that they look at. We get to see where they are deficient in their audit.
That's where I was going with this.
We see where their deficient is, and I read those. And starting next school year, the auditors no longer have to send us their audit for each school district. It will be on the ADE's website, so the whole public can see the audit.
Okay, I guess we can just put that on file somewhere, wherever. Thank you.
Sure.
You're welcome.
One other footnote, Mr. Chair, there was also a bill in the legislature this year that that it's maybe going through, that results of audits, basically the audits from public agencies, cities, counties, school districts, actually would be now presented to the governing boards in open session. And so that actually is a bill that came through the legislature this year, so that in the past, we would receive, of course, they would come to the organization as it normally would, but they've added that the audit results be provided in a public open session, that it not even be part of the consent agenda for the organization. It must be a standing reported out item to add another dimension of complete transparency, which has always been there, but it just provides more opportunity for the public to hear the results of an audit. And so I think it was in committee, but I think it has pretty good momentum behind it.
It passed for school districts.
So again, that would be something, I don't know if it applied to counties as well, but I think the bill was written in terms of, was it just school districts? Okay, I'm reading Patrice's nods.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it in ours. Yeah.
Originally it was in there for public agencies in general. But.
Yeah, they have to do a roll call.
School districts do that as a matter of course now. And as we all know, and Judy, as you know, schools do their audits are public record, and they are put on the Auditor General's website on an annual basis. So if there are any findings, which would include misuse of Secure Rural Schools Act funds, that would be noted in each individual school district's annual audit, which would be on file with the Auditor General's office. So one other thing, and Cheryl Mango-Padgett, your question. I don't know if you have met the Yavapai County School Superintendent yet, but Tim Carter has been very active in getting IGAs together with his individual school districts within his county to provide, for example, special education services, similar to what you're talking about. So you may want to give Tim Carter a call.
Yes, we've worked with him. I talk to him at least twice a week. And we have 10-year IGAs with our school districts. I think most of them were in year 5 or 6 to provide services And then what we do is I worked with Bill Ring about 5-6 years, it must have been 5-6 years ago, so that then we just do service agreements for the actual particular service. And then with our charters or our BIE grant contracted schools, we have a different type of contract, but we put them for 10 years and then do the service agreements. And it allows us to provide services without continually having to go back and forth. But thank you. Yes, that's very good advice. And he's on speed dial.
He's a pro, so that's good.
Yeah, and he's a nice guy too. Okay, I think we need to move on here, though. I think we've gone through this one. So what do you got next, Steve? And thank you, Cheryl, and good luck, Tina.
Yes. Mr. Chair, members of the board, we're going to transition over to the flood control district, and we'll be talking about the question about the rate for this coming year. And so Lucinda and Siri and we also have Jeremy put together some numbers that show a couple scenarios. So I'll turn it over to Lucinda with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Lucinda, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much. And this first slide shows, and we're kind of going to show the bigger picture, and then we'll come back and show some detail here. But this shows a proposed rate based upon the comments that came from the board earlier this week on Monday. There was a discussion about both raising the rate to eliminate the deficits that we see both in 22 and 23, as well as to address the lack of an emergency reserve in the flood control district. So based upon those comments, we identified a potential rate increase to the 0.2620 that you can see there. The change would be basically, 0.3. And you can see how that increases the levy by the 610,000 and what the impact is there on the valuation. And then go ahead and go to the next slide. Thank you. So as I indicated, the rate increase would eliminate the deficits and creates a flood control district emergency reserve, which certainly makes me feel a lot better, I will say, knowing how, and it certainly won't be adequate to respond to a major event, but it would certainly give us some resources to respond to smaller events. We're going to look both at the 10-year plans, both the current and then proposed with this proposed rate change, as well as the matrix that shows what the actual rate would be, and then the impact on the $350,000 home. And you can see both on a monthly and an annual basis. So I think Jeremy's going to share his screen now and bring up the current 10-year plan, if you could please, Jeremy. And there is the current 10-year plan. You can see the rate at the 0.2280 that's there at the top. And then go ahead and scroll down, Jeremy. And you'll be able to see here at the bottom that where the deficit is within this year and next year, the 135. That if you look at ending fund balance, and you'll see it's in red in parentheses, that means there's a deficit. So there's 135,000 in FY22 and 290,000 in FY23, and there's no emergency reserve. Now he'll go ahead and bring up the proposed. This is with the proposed rate increase at the top there. You can see the 0.2620, and then he'll scroll down. And you can see that eliminates the deficit in 22 and 23, as well as builds in. We used a 10% of the overall collected revenues would be 470,000 in FY22, and then 502,000 in FY23. That Siri also looked at the rate of escalation of that we would anticipate, and we did do a little correction there as well. So generated a little bit more revenue within that FY23. Now you'll see that the fund balance escalates up in the future. And that's really because we haven't programmed out, much beyond 24, 25. We really haven't programmed out with the board of directors, how would we utilize those funds? But that's really not a discussion for today. Really today is to address the issue in 22 and then also in 23. So, and to build in that reserve. So future discussions over this next year will venture into future years and what that may look like in terms of continuing investments in forest restoration. I do want to note that in terms of the forest restoration investments for next year, for 22, it does include, significant investment again in Bill Williams Mountain, as well as the match for the REPI grant. We're going to apply again for the REPI grant to facilitate restoration of that greater Naval Observatory. This is the Anderson Mesa Observatory area, as well as Mormon Mountain area, to facilitate that through a partnership with the Coconino National Forest and the City of Flagstaff, as well as the National Forest Foundation and potentially others, but secure that very large grant, hopefully through the Department of Defense, that REPI grant. So that match is in there so that if we are successful, we will be able to utilize those funds as well. So with that, happy to entertain. Oh, let's show the matrix just quickly, Jeremy, so they can see the matrix. Jeremy developed this a couple of years ago, which I know it's very small numbers, but if you go down a little bit here, you can see that the proposed rate, so at the 2620, it shows what the proposed rate is, that it generates the 610,000, and that the rate is $91.70 annually. So happy to entertain any questions from the board.
So
Actually, yeah, why don't we go through questions and then we'll just do a round table of, are you okay with this also? Actually, let me roll through, go through each of the supervisors. If you have questions, and then tell us if you're okay with it. Patrice?
I just want, and I know it's in here, Lucinda, would you just mind just finding it for me?
Sure.
And the increase would be how much more for a house, a $300,000 house?
Jeremy, can you respond to that? Give us the exact figure.
9 cents, although I'll have Geronimo correct me. I'll be a zero off here.
90 cents?
No, it's
Nine.
not that much. It's, Jeremy, are you still on? Can you show and go ahead and speak to that?
Yes, it's $11.90 more annually.
Perfect. And I am definitely in favor of the slight increase in the flood control district tax to accomplish what you've just laid out, Lucinda. I think this is, given our times, I think this is appropriate.
Okay, Geronimo.
I would just concur. I believe that
So Geronimo, your voice is dragging. Yeah, we're
undo boost that.
Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying that I agree with Supervisor Horstman. I think that this slight tax increase is in our best interest, helps create the revenue that we need, especially considering the threats of flood and dealing with flood mitigation efforts moving forward. I think this is the right move to make this slight increase. So, thank you.
Judy?
I agree with both comments that were made.
Okay. Lena? You're on mute, Lena.
Yeah, yes, this is very much necessary. We are facing such 100% of Arizona is in drought.
Mhm.
And we are still dealing with the effects of last year's fire and just so much to do just to address what is before us. And we just don't have the money. And how are we going to be able to make sure the public safety is there for our communities? How are we going to be able to do some prevention so that a major fire does not take out more than what we fear that can happen? So for that reason, it leaves us no choice but to raise the tax in this area. So thank you very much.
So, yeah, I have a question, but in terms of what we're recommending right now, I'm comfortable with it. It's just wise fiscal management to get rid of the the deficit, as well as to build a reserve. It's 10%. It's not a huge reserve, but at least it is in keeping with what we set in motion a few years ago. The other piece of it, well, comment in terms of future associated with this is, we still have to have conversations of how we gradually, target the appropriate forest restoration areas, and as well as coordinate the broader program. Those are conversations for the future. I would like us to have a fully vetted conversation as we take a look at the need for additional revenues. For now, we just need to take care of our bottom line. That it's growing a little bit. That's where those conversations can go. My question though is for the REPI grant, do we have enough built in there on the REPI grant?
I can reply to that, Chair Ryan. So we had, when we applied, we had $930,000 set aside, but we put $300,000 towards those MSO packs last year in last year's budget. So really, we only need about, to even stay equal, it's about $630,000. So yeah, there's in this year's budget for that, in the FY22 budget.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering. I thought it was over $1 million, and so that makes sense. The MSO pieces, for the sake of the board, is hey, we need folks to mute. We're getting too much echoing going here. So the MSO areas are on Mormon Mountain, taking care of outback foraging type of prioritized areas to begin to do more associated with priorities that we already put money into with that. Okay. So that answers my question.
Steep slope areas on Mormon Mountain, so they would fall within that footprint for the flood control district. And I just want to add that this morning, I think you probably all have seen the email from Wes Deason that reported the fire to the west of Highway I-17 at Kelly Canyon. And I immediately sent that over to Jay and Joe Leverage and Christopher and said, heads up, fortunately they've gotten the suppressed the fire at 6 acres, all is good. And I think some of that area from the photographs looked like it had been thinned. But the preliminary work that we're doing, the study that we're doing on Oak Creek Canyon right now, does show that Kelly Canyon could be a major contributor if it were to burn. And as soon as I saw Kelly Canyon, I went, oh no, here we go. And so Jay is taking the results of these studies and putting together a comprehensive plan for restoration. And we'll be bringing that back this fall. So.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Oh, I was muted. Go ahead, Lena. Sorry.
All right, thank you. I just want to just, I don't know if we need to, I think our advocacy at the national, with our congressional delegation and our departments, I think, I feel like we need to maybe sharpen that up a little bit to see, change it a little bit so we're not always repeating ourselves. We want to make sure our partners are right there and they are with us. Sometimes I know there's so much bureaucracy on their side, and it is difficult to work with them at times, and it's very frustrating, and it delays the whole project. As much as we want to do things, it delays things. So how can we, that's where we need to sit down with our federal agencies and really explain the great challenges that we have. So maybe one of the things that we can do is ask the departments from DC to come out again. They've done it in the past, but maybe there's new leadership there. Have them come out and explain some of the things that we're doing. But it's across the western counties. This drought is across the western counties. So once again, county collective effort always has a bigger voice. So it's really good to work with with the CSA and others, that we are making sure that we're carrying that message. So I think it's really good to do that. And once again, Supervisor Horstman is going to be traveling to WIR, and that's where we need to stuff her bag with all kinds of talking points and maybe a candy that she can share with somebody over there. And that way we can, she should be able to get their attention. And so we really need to do that. So I know you all think about it, but I feel like we have to say it, because here's the counties, but our towns are dealing with it. And so how do we work with the cities and towns and make sure that everything is in place? It's a huge responsibility that you all have. We think about just the county, but it doesn't mean that it's just an unincorporated area. It's taken on all of the county. So we just need to make sure that we're always there. And I know you all are. I know we are, but once again, it's just maybe changing our wording and how we deliver our message again. Thank you. Put the cherry on.
That's right. Patrice can't come back unless she brings money back for us here.
Yeah. We're going to close the gate until she throws something over the gate.
That's right.
Oh, well, Montana's not a bad place to stay, I guess.
That's right. Yeah. All right. Where do we need to go? Steve, Lucinda? Lucinda, you're muted.
No, I think we have enough guidance here. Lucinda, we're good?
Yep. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support.
So we're good there, sir.
All right.
Okay. So from there, we'll go on to next slide.
Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, great.
You can go to the next. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we're going to now cover some, of course, compensation, FTEs. Then we're going to get into the recommendations, basically the service improvement requests that have been submitted, some refiguring on some of those, as I indicated when we first started the session. Just in terms of time, would you all be okay in working through the lunch hour, or do you want to break now and come back at 1? What is your preference, just so that I can have a sense?
Let's get a feel from the board members. I am getting a little hungry, but I can run off and grab some in a short period of time. Yeah.
I'm fine to go. Let's go do this. And I know that Supervisor Fowler needs to get on the road. So I think let's just keep it going.
You guys good with it? Let me check. Geronimo's nodding his head. You all right, Judy?
I'm happy having
Yeah.
my lunch.
Okay.
So,
We'll go to lunch if Matt's buying.
That's it.
Okay.
I'll get it this time. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, so compensation strategies, the recommendation as we began this 2-week session was for the 3% market increase. And then also looking at an investment of $250,000 to address some of the areas of compression and market adjustments. And so at this point in time, we continue to recommend this particular recommendation. So I just want to stop and see if there's some feedback. At the same time, you can see on the same slide. Let me go to this slide and then I'll come back if you would, if I could, Mr. Chair. So in addition, we're also looking at investments in employees for this year. We're looking at, of course, public defender. That's a reorganization that's taking place within the department. The staff there is, again, reorganizing some of the duties, reorganizing some of the budget, if you will, that will net out into a full-time equivalent without an additional cost in that area. And so I just want to give some credit to the department for looking at how we can accomplish that. Next is one position in the IT team. 0.75 increase for staff at Yellowman Park up into the city. One of 2 positions that were requested out of the public fiduciary, and this is for the caseworker to do some of the work with some of the SMI clientele that take a lot of time and care and support to work with. 2 of the 6 positions that were requested from the Sheriff's Department, and we know that there are big needs in the Sheriff's Department. 6 positions were requested through the budget process. It's just, the 2 is, it certainly has nothing to do with the amount of work. It really depends on just the ability to make the work within the budget. We're also, of course, recommending a position for the Treasurer's Department, and this would be in addition to the temporary wages that were recommended as well. And then we also have other Health and Human Services FTEs that are in the Health and Human Services Department that are funded by grants. And so we typically during any given year have a variety of staff changes that happen as a result of grants that we do receive. And while we don't have a specific list of positions right here, we just want you to know, and for the record, show that the budget does change during the year with regard to grants in general, not just HHS. And positions sometimes are created as a result of the grant coming through. And at the same time, in some cases, the position may leave as a result of the grant or the service being completed. And so that's more of a catch-all when we look at those grant positions. And so I'm going to stop for a moment, but then there's a lot of other needs that have come to us from the justice partners relative to how we navigate the bubble and other item workflow issues there. But I want to stop and see if there's any discussion here, if I could answer any questions or comments.
Why don't we just rotate through, just check in with the board. I'll swing into Geronimo, if you have questions or comments on this.
Sure. So just so I understand, this is all based on budget with the general fund, not looking at any SRI requests, correct?
Right. Well, the American Rescue Plan, we do have some plans for that and the positions that would be requested when we get to that portion. At the same time, why don't we just go to the next slide and then I come back, because I think if we provide the whole picture, it might be better.
Okay.
So the American Rescue Plan, we're looking at investments in the area of health and human services. There are some categories within the act itself that speak specifically to COVID mitigation, COVID response, also other health and human service related issues. And so some of that is already in the plan that we would be looking at some investments in that area. And when we get to the requests per se, we'll go through each department and you will see which of those increments are being recommended for ARP consideration. So we're looking in that area. Same with criminal justice. So again, looking at FTEs as well as some of the resources for maybe some contracted attorneys in public defender and legal defender, we may be looking at that. Again, not knowing what the size of the bubble is. And that was very apparent to us in our conversation with not only the county attorney, but the presiding Superior Court judge, is that we're still trying to identify, and it's really nothing that is, we're just trying to forecast what that is going to be. So again, we'll be looking at ARP for significant investments in the justice system to accommodate the increased cases. We're also looking at significant investments in information technology, particularly in the area of just investments network-wise. But we also have broadband that has been called out in the Act itself as an area that the Act wants to support. We've, of course, there's an increment SIR in the IT budget for a broadband resource to help the county manage that area. So that's another area. And then also mental health. Mental health, we're looking at some of the areas where we have mandated costs to pay, particularly in the area of return restoration of competency in Title 36, that we would normally be using general fund dollars for. But with these new dollars through the American Rescue Plan, we'll be going through a process of identifying what portion of those clientele pools would be eligible for possible ARP funding. And that would provide the opportunity, as you can see on the narrative below, ARP funds, expenses budgeted, these ARP funds, ARP may fund expenses that are budgeted in the general fund. Moving qualified general fund expenditures to ARP may allow the county to direct that general fund capacity towards projects that are not eligible for ARP funding. Recommendations will continue to be developed with the board and discussed through the ARP decision-making process. And so basically what we're saying is that there may be some expenditures that right now would be paid for out of the general fund that would be ARP eligible. And so by identifying those two opportunities, we may be saying to a general fund expenditure like in Title 36 or restoration of competency that, there's a portion that we could actually substitute some of the general fund dollars and then move that general fund capacity to address other needs. And so that's going to take a little longer. Of course, the ARP process that you'll be receiving from staff, additional opportunities to confirm the categories and the guiding principles, that's happening in the next couple of weeks. And so the ARP process is happening somewhat simultaneous to the county budget process. One final note, Mr. Chair, in the areas where where ARP does not specifically speak to, let's say, criminal justice. So while ARP does not speak specifically to working on criminal justice as an ARP eligible project, there is, however, that's occurring now a review and comment period. The Treasury has opened up for feedback from local governments on what are some of the unmet needs that we're seeing that we could suggest and actually ask for consideration of through Treasury. And so this is where we're going to want to mobilize the board through your national networks of NACO, WIR, our state networks with CSA, ACO, and as well as our federal relationships with Bob Holmes and Anama to lobby for the inclusion of justice system in ARP. Many, in fact, all local governments in this country are experiencing this bubble where the system came to a really, didn't come to a grinding halt because justice still had to happen, but the system has been backlogged. And so we feel that there's a big national conversation that could be provided through Treasury so that we can look at having the language to include justice system investments. At the same time, the discussion is, okay, if we don't get this, then what? Well, we do have capacity in our ending fund balance then for this year to cover those expenditures in the justice system that we would need. So plan A is to lobby to have ARP eligible investments for justice. Plan B, that if that doesn't happen, that we would then have to fall back on general fund through our fund balance to support this. And so Plan A and Plan B would again result in, we know we are going to be investing in our justice system for obvious reasons, and that's what we're thinking. That's what our plan would be. Not thinking about it, that is our plan now. So I'm going to stop now, and we can walk back both slides.
Well, thank you, Steve, because you actually helped partially answer my question. And if you go to the previous slide, I was looking at the market compensation. Let's see, the market adjustments for targeted compression at $250,000. And that's one of what my question was going to be. Is that something that's general fund or something that's ARP that could be taken care of by ARP?
It depends on the position. But we're probably going to be, it's going to be safer to say, let's consider that as general fund. At the same time, we have a number of all funds. So we have grants, we have when we look at our all funds budget, in comparison to our general fund budget, it's almost double when you look at the salaries. And so what we would be doing with the general fund portion, we would also be applying to those that are on grant programs and be applying this kind of adjustment to those. And we would be wanting to look at, see if the grants that those positions are funded under would also be able to accommodate the 3%. In most cases, it usually does, but again, there may be some residual capacity that we need to backfill with general fund dollars.
Okay, and then my other question was about the number of FTEs. It seemed, and maybe I was mistaken, but when I was reviewing the email this morning of the information that was sent to preview for the meeting, it seemed like the list for FTEs was a lot longer than what the recommendations are. So I'm just curious, does that mean that based on your or the staff's recommendation, these are the only FTEs to be funded through general fund, or are there other, or is there the possibility of those other FTEs being funded somewhere else?
So when we go through the department by department listing, and that's what we're going to be doing after this discussion, you'll be able to see of the positions that have been requested, which ones are being recommended for general fund funding, which positions are being looked at for ARP funding as well. And so all of the positions that have been requested will be spoken to when we get to the department by department listing. These are the ones that, of course, the general fund funded ones that you'll see in front of us. But again, the department by department discussion will show each of those requests.
Great, thank you.
All right, shift into, we're rolling through by number. Judy?
What number am I on? Listen, I'm just kind of anxious to see what's been recommended for each one of the departments. And I do understand, there are various fundings that can be available to fund some of the positions or other areas of requests that were made by the department. So I'm just waiting to see how it's going to all pan out, I guess. But I really just what Steve explained, I understand that regarding the additional other fundings, all funds type or grants or whatever that can be used. So that's it.
All right, Lena?
The the IT position, I think there needs to be more. We really have to, I think we need to add another position. They're asking for more positions than this. And I just wonder how that will be handled. I know we're looking at art funding, but those are just like one time, throw the money in there, and they're very specific for which projects. But if you don't have the manpower to be able to handle all of that, which just sounds like with the IT department, it really has a lot. There's a lot of, not just a lot to be done. So how is that handled?
So, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Fowler, based on your feedback and your direction today with the wrap up, we will factor your requests into the 10-year plan, and we'll be able to show the impact of the investment in additional FTEs. And so, you know, we can certainly look at that. I think we do have, you know, we certainly want to get all your feedback. And if you say, you know, Steve, I want, you know, we need to adjust some counts here and there, what we'll do is we'll take that information, put it back into the budget, and then come back to you to show, you know, what the impact, and I don't want to say impact, because it, you know, it's the investment in our team. And when we say, when we describe the, you know, the team as an expense or an impact, it's not, you know, it's the investment, it's growing the team. And so when we look at adding to the team is the better way to put it, you know, the budget will reflect that. So we'll come back to show that to you. But I think we can certainly do that in your direction.
Thank you, Steve. I think that there should be, actually, all of the positions should be funded. However, if not all, maybe 3 positions, if you can figure that out. There's a IT, the broadband that wasn't there. There's IT that are, you know, that need, all of the departments pointed at IT. So I think we really need to really invest in the IT department. So these are just highlights of the bigger picture from each of the departments we're going to see. That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
So then I'll wait for the other. I guess I'm a little confused on how this is laying out.
We'll go through each of the departments, and you'll be able to see all of the requests and with the recommendation. This is just a roll up.
Just a snapshot. Okay. Thank you.
Because we also, to that, Supervisor Fowler, we also have included some IT capacity or some IT resources in the HHS grant budget. And so, you know, we'll be able to show that as well. But again, when we get to the department by department listing, you'll be able to very clearly see what was requested, what is being recommended. Okay.
Looks like Lena's done. Patrice?
Yes, and Steve, thanks. And I look forward actually to going through it department to department. And I know that, you know, we're just trying to balance, you know, trying to make something that fits. So I am looking to you to give us some direction on what fits. I'm going to tell you that what I think there's a greater need of, and then we'll have to take a look at it overall, is I do think we should fund one of the bailiffs for the Superior Court. I think court security is absolutely paramount. And I think that seeing what's going on in this country and with the last 6 months, I do think we need to worry about court security. So, and I know the bailiff kind of plays 2 positions. It would help with what, and I have to tell you how disappointed I am that these departments can't figure out what the darn bubble is. It just shouldn't be that hard. So I'm very disappointed. That's just my 2 cents worth. Hopefully we'll find out more as we go forward.
And you'll be pleased when we get to the department by department listing.
Good. Because I do think court, you know, the Superior Court security is really important. And then the other is county attorney. You know, even though we have no idea what the bubble is, I do think that the caseload is going up and it's going to continue to go up. Felonies are going up. They're going to continue to go up. And I do think that it's just kind of a criminal justice issue. They asked for a legal assistant. They asked for a lot more than that, but at least for the legal assistant, which is probably one of the lower persons on the totem pole within that office. And then last and not least, if possible, if it could possibly work out, is one more patrol in the sheriff's department. You know, we just like what we were dealing with last night. You know, there are bigger developments being proposed in our urban or in our rural areas, and guess what? It all falls for so much of law enforcement on our sheriff, deputy sheriffs, deputy, that's the word, deputy sheriff. So anyway, and again, I'm going to look to you to try to get us to a balanced budget, but those are 3 areas. And I would agree with Supervisor Fowler in terms of one additional person in IT if we can work it out. So those are my thoughts. I'm anxious to go by department by department. And I also don't know how, if this, how that emergency reserve and what percentage of an emergency reserve we're going to go in with. If that plays into this, it may not.
It does.
Anyway.
But it'll all tie together. It has to all tie together.
It'll all become clear. Thank you. Thanks for the overview.
Oh, good. We all feel like, this is what we want. This is what the way it should be. But it's like, thank you.
It always works out.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to unfold, because there are a lot of other needs in there, and then you see what they are. At first you were thinking this, and then it's like, oh yeah, there's another piece out there that I hadn't been thinking of. So I want to see the full picture. There's no question that different needs are that have been further discussed or out there on it. It's just doing a comparative, then we all get to feeling, does that feel right? But one piece of it is just what you're saying, Steve, is where do they fit in? Some we have general fund, and then we're going to have, I guess, a malleable or almost like a sliding scale. As we find out what ARP allows us to do, what is it? It would probably be helpful if you give us a tool over time that starts to show us a visual of how we're adjusting it. Here, we're going to cover these positions. No, that's not working. We're sliding it over here. Just a thought associated with it. And I'm making an assumption, and you guys can help me out. But so we need to do a tentative, and even when we get to our final, we're trying to set our expenditure limit wherever that's going to be. Well, we get ARP that we have to anticipate.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, Mr. Chair, I can speak to that. So with the tentative budget, we're talking about budget capacity, not necessarily expenditure limit.
Right.
Two different but important items. So budget capacity is, what is the upper ceiling of your budget? All funds, everything that you plan to spend this year, what is that upper ceiling? Now, in doing so, Siri and the team upstairs have built into the tentative budget that capacity, because we know the funds are coming. It was a little different this year when we did the financing for the public safety debt. At that time, we didn't begin the year with that. And I'm assuming we didn't begin the year. We began the year with not anticipating that. Circumstances throughout the year fell into place. We had the opportunity to finance. And so when we received the money, the 20-some million through the financing, we had to find capacity in the budget ceiling to take care of that. So that's what happened this year when we worked with departments who were really, really great partnerships and discussions to say, if you're not going to spend it, we need that capacity because we need to stay within our budget ceiling. And we were able to do the financing, receive the funding to pay the public safety obligation and still remain under our budget capacity. So this year going forward, we know that ARP is coming, we know the amount it is. And so we are building into the budget ceiling that capacity so that we're not having to do that kind of work that we had to this year. So it speaks to what you were saying. I also want to say, Mr. Chair and members of the board, imagine if we had not had ARP. That is, because I think that really is the more important takeaway, in that it just shows how constrained our county has been for so long. in trying to respond to our growing community, our growing needs, services to rural Coconino County, you name it. And so, we began the discussion reflecting, our FTE count in 2020 was that, and we still have departments to this day that have the same number of FTEs they had 20 years ago. Not that that is an indication of all things, but it takes team members to provide services. Technology certainly is going to provide that efficiency, but it takes people to keep our technology going, our buildings, our, you name it, RT, HR systems, everything. And so I say that because with ARP is about a 4-year shot. In 4 years, whatever we're doing now with ARP, we have to have the capacity to sustain that going forward. And right now in our current budget, we don't. And so that means that in 4 years, and I'm not going to wait until the 4th year to say, oh, we've got a problem. We're going to start next year to say, what are we going to be doing going forward on the revenue side as well as the investment side? And I'm kind of that person that when I'm talking about investment, I'm talking about how we are utilizing and programming public dollars for public value. An expense is a very shallow term. I know from an accounting perspective, it is an expense, but everything we do here adds public value. And with public dollars, I refer to that investment. So when we look at the investments that we're making today with ARP, what are we going to be doing in 4 years? We have to begin talking about it. The budget process for next year begins the day after we adopt this year's budget. And so we're looking at how do we create capacity in future years' budgets to support what we're doing today, knowing that our revenues are constrained. We know what we're going to be getting for the most part in property taxes. We know that sales taxes are very, very much based on our economy. And we know that we're going to have recessions. We build that into the 10-year plan. And so we try to do as good as job as we can and looking forward, but there are some things that we may not know today. We're going to be looking at base budgets. I think next year, and I'll make this announcement today, I think next year we're going to be looking at a zero-based budget process where we go through our budget and we say, let's look at our base. And it's not to say that we're looking at the base to grab stuff that's not being utilized. But I think we can look at our base, all of our base budgets to say, what does it take to operate or to support this function in my department or in my area? And so looking at that, how do we generate the capacity in the base that in some cases we've always kind of said, well, it's in the base. Well, okay, let's look at the base. Let's have you look at the base as the department director, as a constitutional officer, and let's reconfirm. We may come back to say that not only did we need this all along, we need more. We may have some cases where we have some line items that we've not been utilizing them as actively, and we might be able to say, okay, well, there's capacity there. Can we best direct that capacity either within the department or elsewhere? So again, that's kind of the discussion when we look at ARP. What if we did not have ARP today? We would be having probably a very different discussion today. It'd probably be a very frustrating discussion. It would be probably very kind of a downer discussion. Today, it's not all, unicorns and rainbows, but we have the capacity this year to look at investments in the organization that are needed. Sorry, I didn't mean to kind of get on the soapbox there.
Yeah, I started. No, actually, you did well because it is going into that. How are we going to track it? But there is our 10-year planning is looking at sustainability, but it's controlled us. We have a surge that's coming in. It helps us handle a lot of one time. We are looking at the FTAs. We're cracking that some. And then, there is a piece that is going to be a temporary piece that we assemble together, the bubble. is a piece of that discussion for it. So they're the pieces I'm trying to keep an eye on and see the patterns that we develop and how we track them. That's where I was going with, do we keep track of that sliding scale between general fund and ARP? How can we do a visual so it's simplistic and helps us out
You bet.
with that? So we should probably keep rolling, huh?
Okay, so we're going to now go into the department by department requests. And so we can pull that up, please. Okay, let's make that as big as we can. Okay, so let's start with adult probation. We have the first line item, and we're going to say we've not had the opportunity to loop back to the departments, and so departments and elected officials are going to be receiving this as we speak, real time. And so, we just didn't have the opportunity to do that because we wanted to get with you. And so your feedback relative to some of the things that you mentioned prior to that are going to be helpful. So adult probation, we're looking at shifting some FTEs from fee, going back to the discussion on fees, to the general fund. This has been listed as a one-time for this year. And so we'll be able to accommodate it. But again, we're looking at one-time funding for this year just to get us through fiscal year 22. We still have the lingering issue of how do we support fee-funded positions for the long term. But again, for this year, we're looking at that. There were two other positions. If you look at the ones below, the 2 FTEs for the caseworker and 4 pretrial services, we're looking at not possibly, after discussions with the justice partners, putting this into the ARP bundle for consideration and funding. The collective impact facilitator, several years ago, for those members that were not here, there was a very rich discussion about the collective impact model here at Coconino County, and we'll probably have a work session, but it basically, for me, in just a very simplistic way of explaining it, systems thinking. So within the county family, where there's a lot of different programs and services. In some cases, we may have mutual clients. In some cases, some of our county programs may be addressing some of the children in the family, where another set of programs may be addressing adults, services for adults. In the same family, we may be having some of those family members that are in the juvenile justice system or the adult justice system. And so how do we look at systems thinking, and how do we provide services to all of those individuals? That is what collective impact. And there was a really rich conversation here at the county about doing that. I want to set that aside because I think we need to do some prep work to revisit collective impact, but I think it's actually in some ways something rich that we want to come back to again. So I'm setting that aside for this year. Next, assessor, looking at the business personal property tax program that was suggested by Assessor Ruiz, and we're looking to fund that going forward.
Steve,
Yes, ma'am.
what do you mean by set aside?
For which item? The collective impact one? Supervisor Fowler?
Yes.
Okay. We're not looking for funding for this fiscal year. We would want to come back after some discussion with the organization on how we're looking at collective impact then to now. I wasn't here during that time, so for me, I'd like to get a little more up to speed on that way of thinking. I don't know I don't know enough about it to say we're ready to execute on that this budget year.
Okay, thank you.
Assessor recommendation general fund. So that program would continue. And we're near three of 5. And so we will have future costs because we're looking at some carryover from fiscal year 21, transferring that to 22 and going forward. So that should be covered. Board of Supervisors looking at increasing community initiative funding per district 5,000. And that's, again, discussion with the Board of Supervisors. I'm gonna go, I guess I'll stop after each department to see if there's additional discussion to see that I need to look at that.
Yeah, just, speak up if, I can't see the full screen when we're shared screen, so speak up if you have comments. I'll note that we froze the community initiatives way back when during the downturn years ago, where we had been increasing them actually, and we reduced them as well, not only froze them, but reduced them. And pulling a lot of operation costs out of that at this point, it is about time to give it a little bit of an increase. It's not substantial, but it fits well with the impact of the operations that are occurring also. Go ahead, Patrice.
And my other question is, and I have no problem with that, because I think that's money that can be well used within our districts. And that is travel. I know we had talked about some travel with NACO, and is that going to be in here? It's coming.
We did put it down below in public affairs. Public affairs advocacy travel. The amount, though, is different than what I thought.
Yeah.
So I think we're looking at 25,000 in the advocacy travel.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
County Manager, if I can,
go
I
ahead.
think the amount reflected there is just the increase needed to bring it to 25,000 a year.
Oh.
There was already some funding in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siri. So that would be at 25,000, the advocacy travel for NACO and WIR and others. And that would be allocated again for each of your districts based on your participation. Okay, let's go back up to, okay. Anything else on CI? I didn't get any closure on that.
I'm good with it. Thank you. We have had this discussion for a couple of years now, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Other feedback? I think Supervisor Begay was
Hey,
saying.
you just see my mouth moving, huh?
You can read your lips.
Like Steve does, like Matt does. In that, I know that we use funding, that funding to pay our if we have people coming in to work part-time for us. I'm not sure that kind of takes away that amount for the community initiative. We're helping the communities already. So I'm not sure if we need to, how we're going to deal with that. I've been wanting to see how we can increase hours or, whatever that needs to get done. And I've been talking about it since day one. And 20 hours a week or 18 hours a week or 16 hours a week. And that's very limited, for our help, with what needs to get done with our within our office here. So I don't know how we can do that, but I think that in a way, I think it should be separate if that's what we're going to do, because actually, the amount of money that we get, easily we can use already about maybe 8,000 just right off the bat for the year. And so that's what I would like to see. And I'm not sure if it's doable or how we can handle maybe more hours for the people that are helping, our staff that are actually part-time for, I think mine is doing like 16 hours a week, and that's all, or 16 or 18. And I was told that we go over beyond that, it's going to have to be a full-time employee. But and that's the reason why. And maybe there's a slight increase or a position that can be established, or funding in there to for them. And if they exceed that, we can go to do with our community initiative funds. I'm not sure how it can be handled, but the bulk of that is being used for most of it or some of it is being used for staffing one position other than our district supervisor. So that's the only issue I have with that particular item right there.
Yeah, and
Right.
that's probably a longer term, like when we get the retreat together, just talking about, our distribution, basically we've had one assistant assigned per district. If supervisors wanted additional manpower, we kept it. We're trying to have equal funds. If you want that additional person, you have to draw down out of your operations and your community initiative. And so it's making that, decision. Are you bringing an additional person on? And with that, if you do, that's where we've had the funding set aside for it. It's an area we haven't had a chance to sit down and talk about as a board because we've been handling so many other topics. But it is an area that we have a chance to talk about during the retreat as well on that. But your suggestion is you want to try and figure out some way to do that. That's where we need to go talk about the equity of districts. How do we keep within our budget? All of that that we can do during the retreat.
So we're going to put that as a placeholder for discussion. Okay. Okay. Let me go on to the next. Okay, so next, clerk of the court. We have a position that's additional admin 2 position. That is, I'm going to say that is recommended with an ARP fallback. Because again, so that's recommended with the general fund, but if not general fund and ARP fallback, because we're going to be looking at some of the justice positions kind of in that same light, that we know the position is needed. We certainly are not going to take away from that. But if we do have the opportunity to look at some of these justice positions as an ARP funded, we want to do that because it maximizes the funding on ARP and conserves some of the general fund dollars. And so we're not going to take away from the position, but the funding source will be either general fund or ARP.
The only problem is what you told us, which you're 100% correct is, and that is next year we better start looking to see whether we can keep it.
Well, yeah, and this is actually, if we, this will be ARP, yes. If we do, and that's true. I mean, it's very true. I mean, we're looking at the realities of the budget on the revenue side. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair wants to say.
And I am sure that you will do this, and this is already in the works, but for every one of those ARP position funding, we need to roll it out and have a plan if it's supposed to continue, and that 10-year, rollout has to be there. And if it doesn't meet that, then we need to figure out what to do. So some of these positions, it may just do its job within the time frame, and then that's it. That we don't need any more of that. So, but if it needs to continue, and if the recession comes around, that's the other part that we have to be careful with, is that recession coming around, then or we're going to have enough funds to keep carrying it. And I know you're all looking at it, but I just had to say that. Thank you.
Okay. So let's see, clerk of the court shifting position from special revenue to the general fund, and that's been recommended for general fund with an ARP fallback. And then the next one shifting at 0.21 from special revenue to the general fund, that's being recommended with an ARP fallback. So basically we're addressing those 3 areas of the clerk of the court. Any questions on the clerks? Okay, moving forward. 2 items under community development, document scanning to provide office space, a significant investment, looking at possible ARP investment here, particularly as it relates to some of the IT capacity in terms of use of technology. Basically, we're substituting technology, getting rid of a lot of paper, archiving all that paper, making it easier for the public to find records that are, we've got boxes and boxes of records that are being digitized. And so as a result of that provides the opportunity for the space there to be utilized for people. And then the next item is the dark sky compliance officer.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Lena.
Steve, Does that include the county attorney's request for the data person? Does that fall into this category?
No, it's a different type of work. So the county attorney, they're looking at, the redaction specialist is looking at video and redacting personal information, et cetera. This is scanning information records into digital format so that we can make space for staff. So it's
Okay,
related but different and different focus use of digital.
So just so I'm clear, that's if I remember right, that was the body cameras, the evidence from like county deputy sheriff's body cams.
Yes, when we get to the county attorney, you'll see where that's spelled out there.
So, thank you.
Okay. Let's see, the dark sky compliance officer. This is a position that's being shared with the city of Flagstaff, and our portion of the investment is $25,000, and that's being managed under a 5-year IGA with the city. Any discussion on here?
Just, we definitely need it. It's
That's important.
Yep.
Okay, I think I heard support on both so far, support from everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
Next item.
That is an important position.
Yes, I'm looking forward to the star party at Navajo Bridge. That's a whole different part of the county, but still.
And me too.
Anyway, sorry, I digress. County administration redistricting. So redistricting, these are the expenses. This is a not to exceed amount. This is a significant investment in our ability to influence some of the work that's going into legislative and congressional redistricting. So the county went through a request for proposal process that it actually initiated before I arrived. We went through a procurement process, and now we are working with Jose Rivera, Gary Husk, in their ability to influence and to communicate to the Independent Redistricting Commission some of the counties, Coconino County's needs relative to this area. So this is really important when we look at all the federal and state relationships that we benefit from. The ability for Coconino County to influence the discussion is important. This is a not to exceed. This is a contract that given the fact that this year, because of the census not producing an additional Senate seat, it's likely that this amount is going to be more than sufficient. Because again, we're probably not going to see a big redrawing of all of the maps since we don't have, at least at the congressional level, another seat to accommodate. So again, this is a not to exceed amount. Any discussion on this one? At the same time, we're also doing the local county redistricting that is occurring internally with the county team here. Next, excuse me, I'm going to hold for a moment. I think Vice Chair, did you want to make a comment?
No, this is an important process. It is it's delayed, but we have to go through that whole process, and we have to include the whole county and working with the state redistricting as well. So this is very important.
Right. Thank you. Next item is the county assessment for the County Supervisors Association. This is the additional amount since the CSA. They've not had an assessment increase in a number of years. And so we benefit from county to county relationships, and of course the county association coordination with the Arizona Association of Counties. So again, it's an important part of our advocacy work. I'll hold.
And they waited for you to come back.
Before the income. Oh, that's a good way to look at it. They waited for me to come back to do a rate increase. I'll have to talk to Craig about that. Next, federal and state legislative advocacy. So we have a contractual relationships with Nexus Consulting, and they do our advocacy work at the federal level, Bob Holmes and Anama, and then also at the local level, state level, through Todd Medetska and his firm as well. And so this is an increase in those contracts. Next, Stronger, excuse me.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Lena.
Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
I have to question if that is enough with the two organizations. Because we seem to work with them a lot.
We'll look at that. I think one of the things that might increase that investment is that we are also looking at all of the federal programs to identify what is the grant process for each of those. And I verbally did talk to Bob Holmes and Anna about, certainly they've been very good at providing, here's what's happening, here's the landscape, here's what's happening with certain bills and programs. I've asked them to expand their participation to include when they know of a grant opportunity that's coming up on a particular program at the federal level, that they keep us in the loop. And then also if there's a grant program that's going to be more of entitlement that we're going to be getting, to let us know what those things are ahead of advance. And so when you see it, that recall that first slide we showed when we kicked off the ARP conversation, you saw all the boxes there at the federal level with all the different programs under each of those boxes. They each probably have a grant opportunity or some kind of an entitlement opportunity or formula driven opportunity. And so for Bob and Anna to be looking at that a little more from the standpoint of they're kind of our eyes and ears. I say that because, Eric Peterson was great in that regard. He had a lot of knowledge in that particular area. And so without him, we do have a little bit of a gap. Not that, Claire and myself and others here can do that, but having Bob and Anna at that level would probably justify some adjustment, but that's something we can reach out to Bob and identify and verify what that amount should be. So with that, shall I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, just another note. That's an adjustment I think that we're looking at also. So yeah, it makes sense for what you're talking about.
So we'll look at that and see if we need to adjust that based on what I've just said about grant.
But we gave an approval for more than that amount. They cost more than that amount. We're just talking about the adjustment.
This would be the adjustment.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought. And thank you for that clarification. So they've already got a contract and this is an adjustment to the contract.
You could talk to them and see if they'll give us the same for this amount, but
that's doing. So, okay.
So with that, and that's where it's not just Bob and Anna, but it's also for Todd. So that's why I was asking, is that enough for both? So, all right.
Yeah, and just to also, I'm going to be talking to each of you next week, looking at government affairs. When we look at the public affairs family that we have right now with Eric leaving, what I'm proposing is we break out government affairs, convert a position here to be the government affairs manager, and that we devote that full-time resource to the county and to the board. Government affairs, we've always had a very active board at all levels of government, and the ability to do probably much more work in the area of government affairs is going to be key. And so we have structured a position for government affairs. It's not a new position. It's taking one of the positions we had and converting that into government affairs is a proposal that I'm going to be discussing with each of you. Okay, next, Stronger is one. Again, a very important programs when we talk about some of the mental health advocacy work that we're doing with our communities. We also are looking at, we're part of a group of individual organizations that have been at the table, if you will, regarding mental health first aid, suicide prevention. And so this would be continuing that program going forward. There is a mental health component of ARP that's very clearly defined that we feel would align very perfectly for this type of programming.
I think that's an important commitment from the county for mental health, and Stronger as One has been a wonderful partner on this. So I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next item, and this actually was one of the service improvement requests that came through the budget process from Cooperative Extension. We heard that, of course, direction from, let's see if we can shoot that through the Community Initiative Program. There is, again, another component of ARP that speaks to community programming. And so we might be able to look at ARP for this type of work as well. Okay.
I have a question on this, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
Usually we have community programs that are, I call it grandfathered into our budget. We didn't get to see those programs. Are we not funding any of them, only the 4-H this year? Or is it embedded in the budget somewhere? If it is, I want it all filtered out.
Okay. You mean the outside agencies? Is that the group we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, those are in the base, but we can bring those back out to show for follow-up in the amounts under each of those areas. Because 4-H is one of those organizations in that group as well. Okay. Next is the organizational renewal DEI initiative. So we have, again, the funding that you see here, $252,000. We're looking at a possible ARP application for some of that work as well. I know we want to come back to the board to show what are the categories for each of those initiatives. So we're looking at org renewal, some of the work that the county did this last year in that area of org renewal. What are the steps going forward, as well as the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion work that the county's been doing. And so we're looking at those as similar but separate programs. And so our follow-up would be to come back to the board with more specifics on what types of programming we're looking to invest those dollars in.
Okay.
Okay.
That is good, because we need to really look at this one.
Yep.
I have a question on that, if I can, Steve. Is that, does that include for a director?
No, so the position was authorized in last year's budget.
Okay.
So we have an FTE on the books right now that we've been recruiting for. We've not been able to make that connection or that hire yet, but we do have a position, an authorized FTE for that particular program.
Thank you.
Lucinda, were you going to make a comment?
No, just to say it was actually approved 3+ years. I think about 4 years ago now, the FTE was approved and the budget for that. So
thank you. I'm sorry. Vice Chair?
And thank you. And so every year that I guess the position's salary keeps rolling over because we haven't hired anyone. So I think this particular position to be re-advertised, but that's another discussion. Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, just probably a clarification. It's not like it's rolling over and accumulating on that. It's just the position is there. And so when filled.
Yeah, at the end of the year when it's not been filled, it rolls into the fund balance because it's unspent at the end of the year.
Ranima.
I just wanted to say that I really think that this is a really important effort and really want to look at how we can fund as much of this as possible moving forward, because this is helping guide and direct diversity and inclusion in hiring practices here in the county and among staff and training. And it's just really, it's invaluable. And so I just wanted to kind of put a plug out for that and really promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in our budget process as we're making these decisions. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Let's make it that.
Okay. To Mr. Chair, the following is the public affairs advocacy travel. And we did address that earlier, that this is an additional amount. We do to make the difference up to 25,000. So the 25,000 would be the annual amount for advocacy travel for board members to NACO, WIR, and I think those are the two. This would be based on a district per district, based on your participation. But again, I'm wanting to just confirm that understanding so we know that.
Yeah, it's per district. We still, that's another one for the retreat. Sometimes we had special tasks that we would go off on, and how did we prioritize? But to keep it capped, so it wasn't consumed by one particular area. We were saying, by district for now until we can work it out. But I think we need to talk further about that in our retreat.
Mhm.
Yeah, and the board approves how it will be used. And the last time, as far as I remember, it was all going to go to District 5. So
Yeah.
I'm very supportive of that.
I'm waiting for District 2 to open up, and or District 3. Actually, District 4 is going to say, what?
Yeah.
Hey, Lena, you called me this morning and said we're going to split that in half.
Oh, now we're getting that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the problem is she already used it,
Right,
Just kidding.
We'll leave that
Okay.
for another time. Okay, Mr. Chair, that concludes county administration. So any other discussion items on what we've talked about so far before we go on?
Others? Nope. Go for it, Steve.
Okay. Next, we're talking to me. Roll up a little bit. There you go. So county attorney. So the media redaction specialist, this is the position that County Attorney Ring described when they're looking at digital information, body cam, looking at scrubbing all the information for victims and children and all the things that needed to be done. And this is, as he indicated, this is going to be a growing area as we do more and more in that dimension of that medium. So we're going to be looking at putting together a package. And so, as I said before, we're going to be convening a meeting of all of our justice partners in the next week or so to talk about beginning to look at all of the elements related to our case flow that have been caused as a result of COVID. Putting together a significant plan with investment information so that we can look at the application of ARP funding for this particular area. So again, substantial investment for this needed area. So again, we're looking at the redaction specialist, the legal assistant, additional operating funds, the temp wages, the intake specialists, overtime. So pretty much all of the requests from the county attorney's office are going to be looked at in this context. So I'm going to stop and receive comments at this time.
Comments from the board?
So when you say, if I may,
yeah, please.
so when you say it's going to be looked at in terms of ARP funding, we're going to roll it over for further discussions. Is that down the line?
Well, not necessarily. Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, we're proposing this be part of the justice package for ARP. ARP, of course, is a simultaneous process that's occurring with the board. As you look at the guiding principles, you look at the categories, and in the categories, you'll recall we put a specific category in there for justice support.
Okay.
And so that area, of course, as we look at that, it certainly aligns with what the requests have been coming to us from.
Okay, and I'm all for that. I don't have any problem with that at all. The concern is what your caution to us rings in my ears as we move forward. So
I guess, and to be completely, I wouldn't be any less than completely transparent with you, but the anxiety here is that if we go through the process of seeking additional guidance from Treasury on how to implement these funds,
right,
if they come out with, sorry, no, we will though fall back on, and we will need to fall back on general fund to support this work, because it's something like we cannot just say we're not going to do it. We've got to, we've got obligations, we've got case flow, we've got case load, we've got significant cases that are in the queue when things start to open up.
Right.
So,
okay.
So that's the anxiety is as we're pricing this out, for lack of a better word, that significant investment, if it's not going to be covered in ARP, will be a general fund obligation.
Right, and hopefully ARP's going to be there for us. It is a lot more fun, Steve, being able to go through this, knowing there's ARP funding available,
Yeah.
than if we were having to go through this without ARP. This is a lot more fun to do.
I think the vice chair had a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
Yes, thank you for all the questions and answers. So this, what if there is a position that is, so all of this, well, what we're thinking is ARP is going to, we'll be able to know what's going to be all funded by ARP and where does general fund pick up before we approve the budget, the final budget.
Well, we will not
We're on a
have,
process.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt.
It's okay, go ahead.
So when we look at the timing of the adoption of the budget, so we've got the tentative budget that's scheduled for adoption on June 8th, and then we have the final budget that's destined to be approved on June 25th. So the ARP discussions will not be done by then. However, we will have within the budget itself the ending fund balance. And so we do budget everything, including balance. And so when we get to the end of the year, or when we adopt the county budget, we're adopting budget capacity, that if we do need to come back because of some unfortunate news on the ARP front, we'll have to come back and fund those through the general fund. So I hope that,
I see. That's where you're saying the fallback. It will already be there waiting. All right, thank you.
and so I do want to say that, you know, pulling out all the stops on your advocacy work, this is going to be just as important as everything else, is that if we're, you know, through whatever network we need to utilize to Treasury, because, you know, every local government is having this kind of an experience of, we've got a huge backlog in our justice system. It's already taxed enough as it is in terms of just input, output, throughput. And so advocacy efforts may be all hands on deck to get the justice piece implemented as part of our, now certainly, you know, I'm not going to be one to say that, you know, do we just go until we're, it's one of those things that, yeah, is it better ask for permission than forgiveness? Not when we're talking about this kind of money. And so, you know, to have an audit exception 3 years from now that indicates that, oh, well, you should have done this 3 years ago, we're not going to do that. And so we want to make sure that if we're going to be doing this, we're going to do it correctly, so that we do not have any reason for audit exceptions 3 years down the road, because whenever they're going to be auditing, I'm assuming they're going to be auditing this on an annual basis as part of our federal grants. So every year they'll be looking at, you know, the money that we received as we normally would, that we spend that in accordance with the funding sources guidelines. And so it's better to deal with it now than to go for it and hope not, which is not good staff advice.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Haranma.
If for these different areas where you say potential ARP funding, you just mentioned it would be part of a justice package or whatnot. Let's say that goes in and gets funded. Is that only funded for those 3 years, and then after that, the county would have to reassess whether or not we take it, absorb it into the general fund, or those positions absolve?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, again, we're going to be utilizing funds, the ARP funding for the time that we do have it. So we have the ARP funding through December of 2024. Yes, we would then be looking at how do we sustain what we've created, what we've supported in ARP going forward. And so when we're looking at the types of investments that we're proposing for ARP, it's not easy to say that we're not going to be doing something in an area that is not only mandated, but it's a civil right. You know, justice is one of those things. I think Supervisor Horstman said, justice delayed is justice denied. And so we need to look at that from the standpoint of there's certain things that is just the, you know, with all due respect, it's the cost of doing business.
Yeah. Yeah, it's we're not going to solve everything. We're trying to set up for what we can right now with the additional money, and no matter what, we still need to balance our budget. So it's a little of each on that. But some of the decisions are how do we deal with the bubble, and then as the bubble goes away, how do we adjust? But attempt to fill in where we can carry forward the key elements that are needed.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I can go on down.
Go.
So beyond county attorney, we go to emergency management. We have a vehicle that's been put in the queue, and we're looking at a combination of ARP and then the emergency EMPG, which is a competitive grant. So between the two, we're confident that we'll be able to acquire the vehicle. Next, we'll go to facilities, and so the self-performance FTE operations increase. This was originally scoped out, and I did confer with Sue Brown this morning with the assumption that we would continue to do in-house work, construction work. Given that we're looking at a different way of delivering the service, we've not put a check mark by this box. However, I do want to say that Sue's team is one of the teams that we've not had an increase in 20 years. And so I'm not quite sure that I want to eliminate it completely, but I would like the opportunity to confer with facilities to see if we might need it for another reason. Now, having said that, you'll recall the slide where we showed a facilities stimulus plan, and Sue did do some great work in putting together investments in our capital, and rightfully so, it's in the millions of dollars. Now, we know that in that regard, we would not be able to use ARP for some of that. But if we do receive the opportunity to invest in facilities through ARP funding, we will need to have additional staff. We would then build that additional staff into that project at that time. So again, I'm not going to recommend that we do anything with this FT at this time, but just put on our radar that as we do look at additional building, we will of course need to staff up for that work. And we would build that into that project budget at that time. Okay. Next, repair and replacement fund replenishment. And so we do have an R&R fund that has been utilized well. And at this time, it is needed to be replenished. And so we're looking at $1 million that would be for that particular fund. That covers a number of projects throughout the year. We have, of course, a lot of different projects that come up that are, small, medium, and large. And that would go to that work that Sue's team does so well. Next, admin replacement, and this is an example of an R&R expenditure. We need to replace the elevator here in the admin center. Apparently, it has seen better days. I'm not going to say that too loudly for those of us that live here and use that every day. It is safe, but it is past its life cycle. So we do need to change that out. So we've got that destined for the R&R fund for this year.
Get rid of that electrical smell that comes with an older elevator, huh? Yeah.
It's safe. And Sue's going to be texting me right now saying, would you just? So, all right. Let's see, next page, please. We had one upstairs here, fleet expenses. We're actually looking at acquiring a vehicle next year that would be more in tune to what the vehicle is used for. This is actually a light duty vehicle, light duty truck. And I understand from facility or from Public Works fleet management that we've got maybe some electric trucks coming down the pike. So we're going to hold off from this for this year till next year for this particular vehicle. Okay. Okay, Health and Human Services. Any questions before I go to Health and Human Services? Okay.
No, just, reassurance, loving, let's keep looking for transitioning into electric vehicles as much as we can. That's great.
So you'll see, it's probably easier to look at all the notes next to all of the topics here. Possible ARP funding, all the way down to, well, actually, for the entire block of HHS requests, we're looking at ARP funding. And so we are looking at some of the categories within the Act itself that would address all of these areas. And so not only with ARP funding, but grants in general. And Kim's shop has been phenomenal in acquiring a variety of grants to fund various aspects of COVID, but also in general. It's a heavily granted organization, and they do good work in that area. So I'll just go down the list. So the strategic planning consultant. So again, planning for events going forward it would be very much needed. The increase in the FT for the environmental health person from half-time to full-time, and I believe this person is assigned to the Page area. The next is the epidemiologist.
Very much needed out there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The next is the epidemiologist. Obvious reasons, I think epidemiologist have kind of hidden that most important profession list in this past year.
What do they do?
They are key. So I want to just credit to Matt and the group out there.
Yeah.
Phenomenal work this past year.
They have.
Of course, they need some more support there. Also increasing the clinical services position there. Looking at our funding there. Looking at improvements for the Flagstaff Senior and the Williams Senior kitchens, the centers. They are in need of some updating of equipment there. So we're looking at our funding in that area. Mechanical services increase. Meals on Wheels, a new vehicle for them. Rent and utility assistance. This is an area, though, that looks at, and we had the similar situation at the community college with some of the funding that came down, and there were some certain prohibitions for individuals without legal status, and so we do, of course, have many of our county residents and family that may not be here of legal status. That would prevent federal funding from being used in some cases. So we're checking the federal regulations. So either between ARP or general fund dollars, we would want to do some investments in this area. But again, a little hard to tell at this point in time. But again, that's just something that we need to look at.
Well, it begs for, no matter what we need it in this area, it begs for creating the pool that we work our way through. And yeah,
we're not going to not be there when families need us, but we want to make sure that we're using the right dollar for that at that particular time. Also, then going on down, operational expense for the medical examiner's office. And then also you'll see Title 36, a significant investment in this particular area. In ARP, there is a specified area for mental health. And so again, seeing if we can make the connection between the two and do whatever we need to do to prorate that if necessary, to see what are those ARP eligible clients that would be covered in that area. So
this would be a general fund shift for a year or two, right? Yeah.
This would be major.
Which would be great. And of course, it's an unfunded mandate. This is our responsibility to do this. So
yeah,
you don't have a choice, has to be funded.
Yeah, so we need to look at this. Okay, any questions on HHS? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on down to IT. IT, so one of 3 staff positions was recommended. Your comments have, of course, looking at an additional staff person. Is that just want to, and then in addition to that, there's also down below a rural broadband consultant position. I put /consultant/position. So we've got that would be very well aligned to ARP, as ARP does have a specified area for broadband. So I'll go back up to the top though. When we look at the 3 positions, 1 has been discussed, 2 has been asked for by the board. Any other discussion here?
Well, I guess I would throw in, and I think we've all said it a little bit, is, this opportunity with ARP, if ever there's an area that we can really focus on, it's IT for the broader organization, and seeing if we can fill those gaps that we've had, and just not seeing it all in there. There might be potential for more associated with that.
Right. And with this, Mr. Chair and others, when we look at, one of the kind of the unfortunate aspects of COVID has been the fact that it has driven everyone to remote. And so COVID pushed us, probably whatever number of years you want to say, I'm not an authority to say, we had not, and we wish we had not had COVID, but this has driven us to virtualness more than we've probably ever expected would be. And so if you look at that as another cause, COVID caused impact, we're not going to go back to what we were doing before, I don't think. And so how do we support this going forward? And so this may be another area where we're providing some input back to Treasury on, we now have to support what has been caused by COVID. And especially when we're looking at delivery of services to rural Coconino County, telemed, all of those things, broadband, all of those things. And so we're looking at a number of increments that have been requested here that could fall into an IT stimulus package as well. And I'll stop at this point.
No, I think that's really good. And hopefully it will create not only efficiencies, but it may create, quite frankly, some cost reductions in some areas too, like travel.
You bet.
So.
Yeah, I don't know that I'll ever go to Phoenix for a meeting again.
Oh, I bet you will.
Well, maybe I
Ryan?
Yeah, go ahead, Judy.
I think in the, so information technology, includes staff, 3 FTEs, operational needs, and you're only recommending 1.
And actually, but the conversation Supervisor Begay was to factor in another position for consideration.
And so we're giving them all this data storage service replacement doll, if we're funding that. Broadband consultant position, that's one that's okay. Conference room technology upgrades and all this, and we're only going to do 2 positions.
Yes.
I'm kind of thinking, because in their request, what they have put was top 3 positions, 1 system administrator and 2 business application staff, and one as requested, and GIS staff, and then they have IT security for 1 staff, and service desk 1 staff. They kind of listed that, and I was trying to look at that. As far as with all their needs, we have to, if we're going to be doing all of this work, and we need to give them adequate staff in order to get everything done. Seems that we're approving a lot, but just kind of holding back on the FTEs, and so that's going to create more work for them, but with maybe less staff in a certain area. So I'm just kind of looking at that right now, and I think I think for information technology, we always say it's the backbone. They're the ones that are out here, and they're the ones that are, fixing everything that we have issues with, and they're short staffed right now, and they're asking for all of the positions that they need, and so I'm just kind of wondering if at all possible, maybe we could go ahead and give them what they want, is increasing 3 FTEs. That they were asking for. We said 1, but I think all 3 should be, because they have a lot of work to do to connect everybody within the county. And so I just wanted to bring that up for what it's worth.
Mr. Chair, we do have, in addition to the 3 positions that you see at the top of the list there, we have the broadband position as well. And so at the same time, we are also with, kind of go back to HHS, and I'm actually chatting with Kim right now. She's put in, there's a grant that's been made available that we're applying for that would provide the opportunity for some IT support through that grant as well. So I'm not trying to take away from what the request, and Matt has been very good about telling, here's the risk. And he's been a very, very good advocate and appropriate advocate to say that the risk for our network to be less than perfect is huge. And so when we look at those investments for additional FTEs, I certainly want to look at that and know that they are needed. But I may want to say, can we look at grants as well as ARP for maybe one of those positions to see? And so if we do the 2 positions now, and then look at that 3rd position that would be possibly supported through other funding, I think that might be another way to look at it.
If I may,
Patrice?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, yeah, and I was actually thinking with some of the broadband grants that are coming down and monies available, that may be another area where we might have some monies available for some more IT staff. So I have a question on this, and maybe it's in here because I see conference room technology upgrades. Is that the Board of Supervisors room? Because
Yes.
we really need to have a state of the art so that people can, just like for court hearings, we need to have our consultants and our witnesses or experts, et cetera, depending what role we're playing, be able to appear via technology and video conferencing.
So with that, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Horstman, that does include the downstairs room as well as the upstairs Grand Canyon room, I believe it's called. At the same time, though, we're actually looking to see if we can get that work done partially this fiscal year as well.
Good.
We want to utilize the summer break to do some of this work so that when you come back in August, we might have that work done. And so I know we're getting pricing to that. So yes, those are areas that we want to be investing in for the purposes you talked about. But also, as we talked about the impact of COVID pushing us out into the technology world sooner than later, we will want to be looking at providing the opportunity for our residents to just, zoom in but then being able to see,
Exactly.
similar to when someone's talking, the camera's on you, having much more than just, one camera for the entire room. So
That's great. And it gives us flexibility too, if we're traveling, if, for example, if I had made it to Montana the day before, I might have been able to appear by video, by Zoom, just like we're doing now. So.
Yeah. It's one of those, but we still want to come back together as a board for board meetings if we can, but still, The one piece after last night, I'm thinking, and California and Chandler, I don't know how far we're going to go with this one here, but anyway.
Okay, so let me go back to our list here. So,
Steve,
yes, ma'am.
when it comes to IT, what about all the license? Every time we buy a software, we are, the software costs a lot. They have to be renewed, and license have to be bought, and those are all required. Is that in here somewhere? Probably those are like a lot of one-time funding. I see the Microsoft. I see that. I assume that's what that is. But what is in here?
So yes, so the license.
And I think IT department buys our computers also, those equipment, there's a lot more equipment that's required for home working and as an online work now with the Zoom. Thanks.
So Mr. Chair, members of the board, so when you look at the items in the IT block, from the increased staff to the very bottom, the PC replacement, you'll see that all of them, with the exception of the contingency fund, are being recommended either by general fund or by ARP. You'll also see that in the creation of the network refresh R&R fund, we're recommending $1 million investment in that area to cover at least 3 years. And so I think this is a start. Obviously, if something happens anytime and our system is vulnerable and we have to respond to something that occurred, we're going to respond because the risk to the enterprise is too great not to. And so I'm not saying that cost is no object, but I think this is a good start with regard to shoring up our IT shop so that we can go from there. But so I think with the 2 positions, the other things that we've mentioned here, the broadband, either position or consultant, we also have capacity from grants that may be been written in. And so when we write in grants, we're also, of course, a portion of that is going to be addressing some of the IT issues as well. I also want to make one more comment. Our financial audit also includes an assessment of our security. And that's been discussed and it's been written. And I know in the past couple of years, I've looked at our audits. That has been identified as an area of improvement. And I know that Matt and his team have done everything we can. We also, as member of ASIP, we are now having to insure against cyber attacks. And I know we're one of the few counties that actually met all of the thresholds for preferred funding or preferred pricing for our cyber security. And that again is a direct result of Matt Fowler and his team shoring up our network security to do just that. So there's a lot of pieces to IT. And I believe Lucinda wanted to make a comment.
Actually, this is a diversion, but a very important one. There is a fire on Highway 89 north of Timberline, up on the summit, as you go north of Wupaki Trails and then down, it's on the summit. Right now it's at 10 acres. They're expecting a high chance of spread. I imagine we're getting some breeze. It's probably windier there. And it's crossed the median. It looks like their DPS and the county and the sheriff's office are likely going to close 89. So just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. I'm getting updates from emergency management and we'll keep you updated. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just, okay.
Could I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go for it, Lena.
Just back on IT, the positions, there was a request for, I thought there was one for GIS. Is that included in the 3 or where is that?
I believe it is one of the 3, but I don't have that in front of me. So let me
all right.
Hang on one second here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can one of the staff persons look at that, please?
Steve, yeah, GIS was one of the 3.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, just curiosity. This is probably getting in the weeds, but since we're hopping into this new culture, we're getting many people that have different accounts that are paying all over the place for like Zoom and stuff like that. There's, it might be good to start centralizing some of this stuff, so, and I don't know if that's playing into this or not, so.
Well, it could be. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I know that we have an enterprise account for Teams. I don't believe we have an enterprise account for Zoom. Some prefer Zoom, some prefer Teams. It's a matter of, preference, but we can look at that and see if there's a cost differential on that. But you're right. I mean, we should be building that into, our cost of doing business for sure. So I'll ask that. We'll ask that question of Matt. Okay. Okay. We're ready to move on from IT.
Yep.
Okay. Justice Court Williams, we'd say a court service temp wage funding increase, and that is being recommended as well for general fund or possible ARC. So again, I think it speaks to Supervisor Horstman. You had a comment earlier this morning about wanting to make sure that the bailiffs are funded. That might be, but there's also another piece of that down in Superior Court, so we'll get to it in a moment. From there, going on to the legal defender. And this is an increase in the contract attorney budget. You know, we're going to be paying that, not to be disrespectful, we're going to be paying for that. It's going to be case driven. And so the case driven part of it is going to happen. We're looking at some of that, though, that would be driven as a result of the COVID backup, as possible, looking at our funding for that. So that, again, that is going to be case driven and covered one way or the other. Next to the Parks and Recreation area. So temp wages, that's been recommended. Increase in the Yellowman Park staffing, that's being recommended. Winter operations and the new restroom budget. We're going to be looking at the partnership funding fund within the parks budget for that. And then we're looking at the Fort Tuthill Park rehab sewer line installation. Now, interestingly enough, water sewer is a part of ARP as a specific standalone category. And so we're going to be looking at funding that. And as a result of that, maybe releasing some of the capacity to apply to other areas. And so that's probably there. And then the water service line, again, same thing. Special revenue for that water service replacement, West Latrine building. That probably could fall in ARP as well. Any questions on Parks and Recreation?
Well, if we get an opportunity to put a family restroom with our funding out there, that would be awesome.
Okay, with that, I think Cynthia's on social.
And I'm assuming we'll be talking about Parks and Rec more fully when you were talking about master plan and probably the Fort Tuthill, because I'd really I know this will make Chairman Ryan very happy, but I would really like to get it, you know, have a further discussion with regards to our Parks and Recs and seeing if we can get some kind of capital monies available for Parks and Recs as we move forward, you know. So anyway, sorry.
And another possibility, and I'm glad Cynthia is listening on as well. So as a result of COVID this year, we were not able to hold a number of events, you know, anywhere, including at our parks, including at the amphitheater, including you name it. And so I know that in part of the rescue plans, I don't know if it was the American Rescue, there was a component for venues whose basically business stopped as a result of COVID. And there was some relief to, and I think Cynthia was going to look into that to see if a public agency like a county could qualify, because of course in a number of cities and towns, the counties and the cities are the venue owner. And so I don't know, Cynthia, do you want to comment on that? May I, Mr. Chair, quickly ask Cynthia to comment on that?
Yeah, please.
Cynthia, can you chime in on this real quick? She might not be listening. Oh, there she is.
I'm here. I'm just struggling with my buttons here. So that funding was available last year. So it seems that some of that is no longer available. We're still looking into it, but it seems like most of that has been exhausted.
Okay, thank you. That's what I need to know. Appreciate it. Thanks, Cynthia. Okay, anything else on Parks and Rec?
And just my understanding of that funding was for the private entities. So
It wasn't.
probably the organization that we had on contract at the time would actually been eligible for it. I don't know as a public entity whether we would have been or not. So, but we're certainly keeping an eye out for that, both under ARP and American Jobs.
Yeah, because when you look at some of the major city venues, I mean, they're county or city owned.
Yeah,
even
absolutely.
The arenas down in Phoenix are county and city owned. So anyway, okay, Mr. Chair, we'll go on to Public Defender. That's the next page. Okay, so Public Defender, looking at increasing the operations budget, the shift of the 0.25 paralegal from fee to general fund, and then also the paralegal, looking at general fund with an ARP fallback. Actually, the additional paralegal is cost neutral. So those are the three areas for public defender. Next, public fiduciary, we're recommending one of the two positions that have been requested. And you'll recall fiduciary, from the fiduciary presentation, two positions are being requested to support some of our clientele who require additional support and guidance and maybe some, care. They just need to require additional care. The caseload, they have a growing caseload. In some cases are more intensive than others. And so this would be one of the two positions that have been requested. Okay.
Just
go ahead.
Steve, yeah, I'm seeing an offset by increased fee revenue. I didn't think there was that much fee revenue, but maybe I'm not remembering.
I think there was about 60,000, I believe.
Yes, yeah, 60 to 70,000 was estimated.
And again, these are the fees are not assessed to all individuals. These are the fees that are assessed to only those estates that do have the capacity. So some of our many indigent wards would not be assessed the fee based on their capacity.
Okay.
So there's some offset to part of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, moving on. So beyond public fiduciary, we go to public works. So the transportation planning, we are going to be coming back to the board to talk about the scope of the transportation planning. I know there's a need to look at transportation planning as we look at towns in Winona. We're also looking at transportation planning as it related to, what are the other areas, Lucinda? So
the specific areas are Belmont and Donny Park. And I think what we would propose to do is once we get scopes of work for that effort, we would bring those back to the board. But this is really, I think in light of what you saw occur with Kachina Highlands, I think we really need to get out in front and proactively. I mean, Belmont, if you haven't been there recently or looked at what's coming, it's just unbelievable, the level of development. And if we don't get out in front, then that's going to mean those costs will fall to the county and all fall to the county, in which development would have no responsibility. That's one consequence. Obviously, the consequences of bad traffic issues and safety issues would be others, of course. So we really need to get out in front of that. And that's just an estimate. We've had initial discussions with consulting engineers who do this type of work. Fortunately, we have one for the Belmont area that's been, as Supervisor Ryan knows, Chair Ryan knows, it's been working with us for many years, did the original ADOT study. We're in a very good position to be able to update that data and start moving forward and get a better sense about what is going to be needed to address those expanding areas. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll go on to any questions. So we're going to go on to the resilient communities portion. So we have three components of that area of that program: flood control, general fund, and the transportation element of that. And Lucinda, can you remind me what those three elements represent in terms of?
Sure, that this is basically a program to work with the communities that are at high risk for wildfire in their fire districts to, in effect, frankly, try to match grants to work with those individual property owners to reduce the fire threat on their properties and within these communities. So pretty much this is communities, would like to start this program across the county from Forest Lakes, Blue Ridge, all the way through to areas west out, surrounding Williams, Munns Park, Kachina, Mountain Air, Timberline, Donny Park. I mean, they all have a certain level of threat, and begin to work with those communities to reduce the threat. The flood control section, the 60,000 is to use the air curtain burner so that we can reduce the costs of having to transport that green waste that would come out of those communities. We could burn it on site. The 85,000 again is for the evacuation, updating the evacuation planning, and that's really separate from this program. We could do it as part of if we're able to get that ARP funding, but if we can't, we would still like to, again, working hand in hand with the Sheriff's Office Emergency Management, run the traffic numbers and make sure that the plans that we have in place meet the needs of the sheriff, because it's he who determines when an evacuation is called, and but have that update that data so that our plans, and then frankly use that process to the most important piece of this is to communicate into those communities what to do if there is a wildfire, and what is the response plan. And frankly, again, encouraging them to remove green waste from their properties, clear out trees that are adjacent to their homes, things like that, to reduce the threat within the community. So it gives us another talking point and a way to access communities and have these important conversations.
Yeah, it's also, it's an area where you can use money to make money again. There's a lot of NRCS money that can be linked up to it, provided you have that seed going with it too.
The state is going to increase the DFFM funding for their program as well.
What is DFM? DFM?
Department of Forestry and Fire Management.
It used to be State Fire.
Okay,
State Fire.
Okay. Mr. Chair, any questions on Public Works before we proceed?
Anybody? Nope.
Okay.
All right.
Next, the recorder, and 2 items from the recorder for this year: the voter guide, and then the 90-day notice and the new voter ID cards. And of course, those 2 requests are being recommended for obvious reasons. Okay. So, Mr. Chair, do you want to continue? Shall I continue? We've got sheriff and the treasurer, Superior Court and treasurer, superintendent of school. So we have probably another hour. Do you want to?
Yeah, well, I was hungry back then, so I'll say you guys can work through it. No, let me check on. Are we good moving, continuing on? We're rolling right through it. You know, it's just holding off on our lunch and stuff like that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Just a quick update on the fire north of town. We just heard that they canceled the air support, which is likely good news. That means that they've been able to probably get it under control. So again, I'll continue to give you updates as we hear. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lucinda. Okay, the sheriff's office, we're going to start with that. And so the first one on the list, the request for 6 deputies plus vehicles and equipment. The recommendation was to look at 2 positions, and I know that the discussion from the board would be to consider additional. So I'm going to stop there and stop talking.
Yeah, you know, I want to see how it, you know, it balances out. We always have more requests from the sheriff, and there is a need. There's no question about it. By the same token, if we keep filling those and we don't, this is part of this 20-year discussion. You know, we're filling sheriff's positions, which we really need to do, but there are departments that aren't getting theirs. And so I'm glad we're putting 2 in, and maybe there's a 3rd, but you know, I want to see, you know, how this plays out and what your recommendations are coming back as we look at this. And, you know, Patrice, I know you see the need. I'm, you know, looking at long-term, what we've been dealing with, how we deal with it. There's no question there's a need out there.
Yeah, no, I get it. And I'd like to see how it pencils out as well. Yeah, I just see all this development going on. I'm seeing all these glamping and camping, and, you know, that's going to tax our sheriff's department. And so, yeah, I mean, but I also get the finite nature of what we're dealing with as well. So,
yeah, we're getting overwhelmed out there. There's no question about it. Lena?
We have been consistently working with our sheriff on this, and we all agree, we all know that we need more. However, we have to see the full budget, and then, you know, we have to really advocate at the national level. Start just asking for federal funds to offset it, or else these forest services start having their own law enforcement. These are federal lands that we're talking about. And that's where I think that we have to really focus in on that. So.
Well, and I agree
Two for
100%. And I'll go to Montana and I'll give them an earful. I promise you, Lena. So, but my
I'll
concern.
give you one of those rattles so you can rattle.
But my, you know, obviously that doesn't help for this year. But you're right.
Exactly.
I mean, the feds need to start doing more of their part on this. So I think we need to see how the budget shakes out. And but God, they're just are asked to do more and more with less and less. So
I had a question. With the 6 deputies, the cost on there is 220,000 or 223,000 and whatnot. And one's a one-time and one's a recurring, correct? So it's a total amount for this year of 400 and something thousand for the 6 FTEs, if that were to be funded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so my question is, if that's what it would cost for 6 FTEs, what are we looking at the cost for the 2 FTEs? And the reason I ask is because obviously that's 6 and we're only looking to fund 2. How much money are we talking about at cost savings if we only fund the 2 FTEs rather than 6?
That's actually for the 2, I believe, right, John?
That is correct. That's prorated. That is only for 2 FTEs.
And that's the 2 vehicles, the outfitting of the vehicles, and then all the support equipment and everything.
So then I would change my question. What would be the total cost for 6 FTEs?
Hang on, one minute. We're getting that.
Original.
Look at the original request.
I actually have it up here. It's 669801 is the one time. The recurring is 644094.
So we're looking at more like 1.2 million rather than 440,000 or whatnot.
And you're looking at the 410s. Is that what you're thinking, Geronimo?
I'm just trying to figure out how much it's costing and what can be done to support as much as possible but at the same time realizing the budgetary constraints. Because the way this was presented or the way this looks, that cost on there looks like that's what it would be for the 6 FTEs. But we're only talking about funding 2 FTEs. And so that's what I was trying to figure out. I didn't understand that number there is only for 2 FTEs, not the full 6.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to clarify that.
Yeah, we could have noted that. Will do. Okay.
Thank you.
No, yeah. I think that's a point well taken, Geronimo.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Yeah, and I mean, the ultimate goal, as the sheriff was recommending, is trying to get to that, well, it's not the ultimate goal, but that, intermediate goal would be the 4 10-hour shifts, get that relief for his folks and all, which would be really great if we could pull that off. It's just, it's playing that balance game.
So should we?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Judy.
I know that we're only recommending 2, and if I can recall the sheriff, his presentation where he said that X number of deputies more would help the 410s, and that anything lower than that certain amount wouldn't do that. So they'll just have to stick with the 12-hour shifts. So I'm just kind of wondering, since this presentation is being made, I think, giving them at least half of the FTEs that they're requesting, I think that would be good. And I'm pretty sure, just like Steve said, We can look at other fundings, and if there's change or little dollars here and there, we add it all up, we might be able to do something for another FTE in this area. So that's my comment. And I tried to recall, I was looking through my notes, but I couldn't find what I wanted to look up, what I wanted to see. So, but anyway, again, with everything going on out there, and safety and protection, of our sheriffs and our deputies, and then also versus the communities, I think it's important. And with this marijuana MJ that's been approved, it's supposed to only be for certain things, but you see a lot of people in line day in and day out. It seems like there's a real long line. And I'm always curious about how that's going to impact, the services that that the deputies are providing. I know there's probably going to be an increase. So we need to protect, our staff, and then the community at large. And so there was a PowerPoint that they mentioned, and saying that there's so many, one to cover certain area, another one, and then 3 in one area. And so all of that, it kind of I was thinking about that presentation. But if I do find it, then when we do come back to this again, then I'll go ahead and reiterate that. Thank you.
So continued discussion on this one. See what we get in, where Steve is, what the recommendations are, and we can continue this discussion. Seems like we're going back and forth, like, yeah, and then
You want us to, we can show the budget numbers for 3 positions. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, actually, I was thinking, some of these we're going to continue discussion a little bit more tomorrow or whatever. Some of the ones that we just don't completely get there on. It's in play.
Okay. So we can proceed then from there. We go to cadet housing. So this is, of course, when our team members are going to their certification training. We don't have a law enforcement training facility here locally. So I know this year we have cadets that went down to Yuma for their cadet training. They come back, they do FTO. So as the sheriff indicated, it's about a year by the time someone is hired to the time that they're, going solo. So in the past, we've relied on savings within the budget. And I know that that certainly is not always the desired way to do it. But for this year, we're asking for that consideration again to see if we can work within the current base budget of the Sheriff's Department to support this investment. Moving down, phone closet, UPS replacements, remodel of the video courtroom. Both of those are being recommended to the jail district. Next, the web RMS server. Let's see. So jail district portion is 40,000. And then the general fund district, the general fund portion, we do have what's called flexibility funds that are provided each year that can support the other portion of that request.
Okay.
The next one, the RMS server replacement. We don't have a recommendation on this. I know that there's been some discussion with IT in general to see how that kind of factors in together. I'd like us to revisit this one. I don't have a clear understanding because I know that there's discussions and some activities that are happening both within IT at the sheriff's level and then also, of course, IT at our level as well. So I don't have a recommendation on here. I'm not clear what that piece should be like. So I'd like to get more information on this particular one.
Okay.
Let's see, moving on down to cybersecurity. So cybersecurity, not a recommendation here because I'd like us to look at how we look at cybersecurity as an enterprise to see what that would look like. It certainly does not take away from cybersecurity presence. support. But again, I'd like to look at it from my perspective, and I think others, to see what does that look like for our entire organization as it relates to cybersecurity. So hold off on that for more information. Going on down to continuous training for IT staff. Again, looking at some flexibility language for the general fund portion, and then of course recommendation for the jail district, because the jail district does have additional resources that we can use to cover those investments. From there, we go to frequency. Okay, so when we look at the radio, so we're P25 operational upgrade. There are a couple of other radio expenditure or investments here. So the comment on all of our radio related pieces. I've asked Wes and Wes Dyson to work with all of our departments that have a radio need, to see what does this look like from a combined effort. It certainly doesn't want to take away from what's needed in the sheriff's department, because I know that one of the examples that they gave that exists now is that when a deputy is traveling to some different parts of the county, they need to switch to different frequencies because of the presence of connectivity and whatnot in that particular area. And so there is definitely something that needs to be done so that it does not delay a call to service. But I'd like us to look at what are we doing with radio, needs for radio in public works, emergency management as well. And I guess we're looking at the interoperability, something like that.
Right.
How they all come together, to see if we might be looking at this as an organization-wide effort. But again, I don't want to take away from, there is a public safety, a public response element to, especially as it relates to the sheriff's department. So I just want to know that better to look at that big picture.
And Steve, I just add to that there is some specific funding from what we understand under ARP for emergency related type activities. And so we're hopeful that there's a potential for qualifying some funds through that effort potentially for this overall county effort, and also influences adult probation and juvenile as well.
Interoperability, something like that. It's a whole
Interoperability, you're right.
Yes.
It's like an anemone.
Say what?
It's like an anemone.
You're an enigma. So, okay. From there, I digress. I'm sorry. We're getting a little punchy here. We're almost there. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Judy.
Go ahead. I'll wait till he's done with his invitation.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, so from there, we're going on to, let's see, John, where are we back on the Axon Taser devices? So
yep.
Potential ARP funding for that area, also grant funding. Looking at that. From there to the jail district, the detention kitchen budget, that's a jail district expenditure. So yes. The next one, vehicle replacement phase 3. I'm not, the use of the word ghost vehicle, it's probably going to require a longer discussion. So we're just looking at vehicle replacement. So vehicle replacements, we're looking at general fund, actually potential ARP funding for that particular one, right, Lucinda?
Yeah, for the ghost vehicles, yes. For the, I think further down, or I can't remember, it's further down here, I think that there's a request for 9 replacements of existing vehicles. And the replacement and upfitting of those vehicles is in the mechanical services replacement plan. The recurring cost isn't, but I guess we'll get to that in a little bit here.
Okay, but for these vehicles, these particular vehicles, we're looking at ARP funding for these.
Correct.
The ghost ones. Okay, got it. Okay. The next one, the mobile data computers, looking at absorbing with flexibility funding. And then the next one is the general co-location. Those are, of course, recommended for funding. I do want to put a footnote on co-location, is that we have a co-location agreement with the city of Flagstaff for various shared services, IT, dispatch, records, probably one other that I'm forgetting. I think in the IT area, we're looking at a different model going forward, which means that as a result of the Flagstaff, city of Flagstaff, deciding to do that work with their own resources, we're going to be looking at investing some significant investments in basically shoring up our end of it, because it's a shared agreement, which means that we're sharing costs. As a result of the separation of the two, that would mean that the county would be in the position of having to shore that side of it up with the revenue that we'd be losing from the share. And I don't know the details. That's an study area that I need to look more into.
Yeah, it begs the question, Steve. It's what's going on? Is it what happened?
Yeah, and I don't know that I would term it as a breakup per se, in the relationship sense of the word. But I think because we have various shared agreements, and so we want to look at those to see, okay, well, let's just take a temperature. In certain ways, we can say we've grown apart, and that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. We just need to know what that's all about.
Yeah, part of the discussion was once upon a time, we unify, we can save money, we can work together, that kind of thing. And, it begs that question. If we're transitioning out, is it the correct model or not? So, yeah.
And I think, when we look at co-location, I think it has served a very important purpose. Co-location does not always imply that there's going to be a cost savings.
Yeah.
I think sometimes co-location, in many senses, in many cases, you actually see efficiencies, it's customer convenience. It has there's different returns on that investment that are not necessarily cost related.
Well, it could be one entity wants a Cadillac and the other wants a Chevy, so yeah.
Let's see, going on down. So PC replacement, looking at flexibility funding for that. The DNA testing, of course, that's very important in terms of just investigation. So we're recommending that for funding. The jail roof restoration, that's a jail district expenditure that we're supporting that for that reason. Let's see. Next, we go to the overtime budget. We did not put a recommendation in here. We'd like to see, when we look at the budget capacity within the organization, going back to what did we have savings at the end of the year? Is there capacity there? So this requires a little more discussion to look at unspent funds. And again, it's just looking at capacity within the existing budget. Not to take away from the fact that if something's happening and OT is happening, OT's got to happen. So we're not going to we're not implying that that is not significant. It's not necessarily, it's not needed. It's not a judgment. We just wanted to have a little more information on the dynamics behind the overtime budget.
Would it be possible, and maybe it's not, because as you say, when it's an emergency, you've got to spend OT no matter what, but is it possible if we added another patrol, then it could decrease the overtime budget? Just,
sure. I think it would logically be connected, but that would.
I'd like to make a comment, Chair Ryan.
Here, go ahead, Judy.
I think to eliminate a lot of overtime and just even a minimal in there just for emergency services, I think, and then given that, we made the patrols out there too, I think we need to really look at the FTEs, and that was part of the other one that we kind of talked about and put on the burner for a while. And so I just want to say I support that. Patrol is something that's really needed in order to decrease other the area of overtime use.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm sure the sheriff can explain it. It won't be a complete reciprocal though, but there should be a correlation. And you know, over time, they have an emergency. They're going to need a lot of people out there no matter what. Single officer is not going to help it, but it can benefit it. So, but there is a you know, a correlation. So yeah, that's a piece of our conversation. Let's go back to the FTE and talk about it towards the end of the budget stuff.
Let's see, Axiom software recommended for flexibility language for that. The eye protection is being recommended. The HVAC units are being recommended. The position, or excuse me, the vehicles, the 9 positions have been included in the mechanical services funding. Armory, I think we did not have a recommendation there, maybe looking at capacity within the overall budget to absorb. MDCs, we want to get more information from the sheriff on this particular request, this item. Let's see, repeater sites, the use of flexibility, potential ARP, AJP, I forget what AJP stands for, but other grant funding. The malware bites, looking at flexibility language as well as jail district funding. Relocation of the repeater and control station. Also looking at ARP and AJP funding as well as general fund. Splunk, I don't know what Splunk is, I'm sorry. Flexibility language and jail district. And then tenable security, looking at that for flexibility language and jail district.
Would it be Splunk as in splunking, as in going into caves and you train?
I'll have to defer to more knowledgeable people about that. So that, again, looking at, we've got some follow-ups to do in the sheriff's area, but I'll pause right now to see if there are any comments, other comments.
So yeah, my comment would be, I'm curious about, so you need to find out more about the overtime, and I'd be curious about that as well on that. Other board members? So, and we will come back and talk about that extra officer. Yeah.
I have a Chair Ryan.
Yeah, go ahead, Judy.
I know that we're talking about a lot of IT staff coordination and also ordering. I assume that every equipment that's ordered through by all the departments is funneled through the IT department to order and to ensure that that's what is needed. Then I think we need to, since we're really wanting to look at possibility of standardization of all equipment across the board, and other, I know the jail portion, the sheriff's office has other things, but maybe computers and laptops and phones and things of that nature. But anyway, I just wanted to know see how that's going to be working. And the way I look at the budget is that all these IT initiatives or IT requests will all be funneled through with assistance of the IT department. So that's what I'm thinking. And so that's what I was going to say. What is a ghost vehicle? What is that?
I'm gonna stop and let's see. Hang on 1 minute. If you would bear with me for 1 moment. I'm going to see.
And general location.
Can you promote, Alex, can you promote Brett Oxland to panelist, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Yes, 1 moment.
Brett, you're going to be teleported to the panel.
He's been moved.
Okay. Chief Oxland, are you there? He's been monitoring the meeting, but If not, can you also teleport Kathy Allen?
Yeah, I was going to say Kathy's out there too.
We're going to put folks on the spot. Sorry about that.
Sure, I've just moved her.
Okay, Kathy, are you with us?
I was going to ask the one on this, I thought it was a Spunk annual license. I thought, what is Spunk and Splunk?
Okay, so let's see. We're going to go. Kathy, are you there? Oh, we've got, we can't really hear you, Sheriff. Can you?
How about now?
There we go.
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. I will, well, first of all, good afternoon. I'll try to explain ghost vehicles, and I believe Lucinda's on. Chief Ackman is at the fire right now, so
okay, thanks.
I had to step away in a hurry. Ghost vehicles are vehicles that are miled out and were going to be replaced, but still had some remaining use left in them. And so we would continue to use them for administrative purposes, for our CERT team, transportation to different activities or needs, and even in some cases our detectives. And they reach a point where they may have considerable mileage, over 200,000. But and we pay for them, I think, a little differently. And Lucinda, correct me if I mess this up. But it's what we're asking is we've kept these vehicles longer, and Lucinda's been great about allowing us to do that. And again, it's gotten us through some pretty difficult times with shortages of our vehicles. So we're asking now to replace them, and rather than continue the ghost vehicle, continuing to do that, because we are driving our cars farther now before they're replaced. And it's just, I think it's good business to try to keep serviceable, good vehicles out there as we respond to different activities. So Lucinda, is that accurate?
Sheriff, yeah, I think there's a little bit of history. Historically, typically the way it works is that when a vehicle has reached the end of its life, that vehicle is then put out to auction. It's replaced. You buy a new vehicle, it's replaced. That's why the departments are paying into the replacement fund. So when it's reached its life, it can be replaced. Typically, then it's put into auction. That money that comes from auction goes back into the replacement fund, in addition to the money that they pay. Now, what happened in this case is the sheriff had a lot of needs, and a lot of needs that weren't necessarily like directly for patrol cars. So the decision was made over the years that he'd be allowed, and it's not just Sheriff Driscoll, it's many prior sheriffs as well, where vehicles were allowed to remain in the fleet. But there is no replacement money there because they were already technically replaced prior, okay? So 3 years ago, we worked with the sheriff's office and developed a plan to replace all the ghost vehicles. Goal was to try to do that over 3 years. And Mike, John, and Kathy probably remember the details better than I do. But my memory is we did a single year. And then my memory is we hit COVID. Last year, we didn't do any, or we did very limited if we did. So the sheriff came back this year wanting to continue with that plan. And it's, you know, it takes that one-time money and recurring to replace those ghost vehicles. So I think, again, the hope is like through this emergency response funding that appears to be coming through ARP, that we'd be able to use that to replace these vehicles, because it's largely a one-time cost. Yeah. And so that's the goal. If we are unable to do that, the funding can't come through that mechanism, then I think we need to revisit, and I would hope that we could get back on track with a plan to get those all replaced.
How many vehicles are we talking about?
I think for this year he put in for, was it 6, I believe?
Yeah.
That's
what I read. Yeah,
okay.
It's right there.
Okay.
This is the, yeah.
So okay. So ghost vehicle is just basically vehicles with high mileage and to serve this purpose.
Right, and they still pay for the maintenance, they still pay for the fuel, of course, but they're not paying toward the replacement of that vehicle, and the dollars that were there to replace it already got used to replace a prior vehicle. So,
Okay. And then the other question is the general co-location increases. What is that?
So Supervisor, we do have an IGA, an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Flagstaff for shared services. And we, when we created the law enforcement facility out at Sawmill, the co-location took place where we are co-located with the detention center and the City of Flagstaff Police Department. And so at that time, rather than each organization having, a dispatch function and a records keeping function and an IT, we said, let's co-locate them together. And so the co-location is our shared agreement in which one organization provides services to not only the county, but to the city, or the city not only to the city, but to the county. And so with regard to that, those are the cost of the shared services. And as we indicated before, we are going to be looking at a different model for next fiscal year as it relates to the shared services for IT, I believe. Isn't that correct, Sheriff?
Yes, that's correct. And the two big, I think, key points is that the sheriff has the responsibility for IT, which is one of the bigger aspects of the co-location. The police department has the responsibility for dispatch for all of us, which is their bigger part of this. And then these other services, again, like Steve, you mentioned, they have records, we have facility, we manage all the facilities from the sheriff's department side. And custodial is included in that as well. But that's kind of how it's broken out. So it's about a 50-50 split as to the services that we provide each other.
So I have another question. As you know, that there were 6 deputies that you had put on your documents you can send to us, and the recommendation was at 2 FTEs, and we're looking for a third one, possible if the fundings can be looked at and allowed. But there was a statement that you made. I don't know if I have this right, but basically saying that in order to go 410s with police officers, you would need how many additional police officers to do that? Remember, we were talking where you were saying that there's an overload of them, and they're doing 12-hour shifts and may cause burnout or whatever. There's something that you kind of alluded to that during your presentation.
Supervisor Brigade, that's correct. The 6 was essentially adding that squad of people, which would be a total of 6, to be that other squad to allow us to go to the 4 10-hour shifts from 12-hour shifts, because we have 4 squads right now, and that's why we're on 12 hours. We don't have the ability to reduce our numbers of hours worked, but we would lose coverage at the same time. We would have on times when we had no one working. So that's why it's necessary for the people. I know Supervisor Vasquez asked yesterday how many would it take? Well, with 5 deputies, we would get very, very close to that capability. But any deputies help the situation regardless of the numbers. But that's kind of where we're at. I hope that explained it enough.
If we put, you have jail roof restoration. If we put plastic on top of the roof of the jail roof, maybe you add that in for another deputy. Okay, thank you. Those are the only comments I have to make.
Mr. Chair, can I make just a real quick observation there with the sheriff with us? So Sheriff, when we're looking also at the overtime budget, so adding additional deputies would have an offset in some ways to the overtime required. Would that or not?
Yes, I think it would. And, here's kind of some of the crux of this issue. A 12-hour shift many times becomes a 14-hour shift. If an officer gets a call 11 hours into the shift, down to Blue Ridge, down to wherever, 50, 60 miles away, it's a 14-hour shift. And yet they're expected to turn around and come back in, 10 hours later and start another 12-hour. I know Supervisor Begay mentioned burnout. Well, it's working tired. And that's what I'm trying to avoid is the squads out there working tired and keeping them as safe as we possibly can, but also kind of on top of their game where they're alert, they're prepared. And sometimes these long shifts they drain them. And again, it comes down to a safety factor as well.
Okay. And then finally, Mr. Chair, one item, Splunk is a software license.
In some tunnel or cave, huh?
I want to thank Melanie Gordon for coming to our rescue.
Geronimo.
Yeah, so thank you. I just kind of wanted to go through and kind of see where there's flexibility or whatnot. And so if, let's say, hypothetically speaking, if we didn't increase that overtime budget, but put that budget towards deputies, would that be enough for two more deputies? How many deputies would that get us? I'm just trying to think creatively and see how we can try to spread, provide as many resources as possible based on the fixed budget that we have.
That's why I made a comment, we'll put plastic over your jail roof and maybe there's something else we can look at here.
Yeah, actually, and that's where I was going with the overtime. Not meaning to speak on your behalf, Sheriff, but no matter what, you always have overtime. You're going to have that, and so it's kind of hard for you to get into a reciprocation associated with it. You still need that money set aside. And that's why I was saying, it's not necessarily a direct correlation associated with that.
But I think it'd be worthwhile for us to maybe have more of a discussion on this, because what we're trying to do is see if we can come up with one more officer, maybe two more officers. We're needing to find ways to make that financially doable. And one may be if there's less overtime. So that may be worth putting pen to paper to see if we can come up with something.
Mm-hmm. So you disappeared from visual, Sheriff. Are you still there, or he might have been pulled away on a call?
No, I see him. He's there.
I see him.
Oh, he's out there.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's not leaving until he gets his answer now.
That's right. Hey, we're in a game of trade, I think, here, Jim. Just your observations or thoughts, Jim.
Well, it's just, it's like I mentioned yesterday, there are tough decisions to make. Mm-hmm. There are numerous departments. There are so many things that are pulling all of you making these financial decisions. And I certainly appreciate it because, we end up making difficult decisions on how we deploy our resources as well. But, we always try to strive to do what's best for our community. But at the same time, I want to be able to be as safe as we possibly can for our staff that are out there in the field, as well as those that work in detention. And that's the whole, the impetus behind this whole thing is keeping our folks safe so that they can provide that service that's needed for our residents out in the community.
So, yeah, go ahead, Geronimo.
How was that number calculated for the increased overtime budget? Was that what was that based off of?
Is that to me, that question to me?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like how the number was calculated for $433,000. Like what went into that?
Okay.
happen to
That's-
get the number.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. That's the cost of the deputy and the salary, ERE. It's also the vehicle that comes along with it, with the equipment that is necessary in the vehicle, the radio, the light bar, the MDC that goes in the vehicle as well, and all other equipment. But that's the total cost of the deputy, the vehicle, the first year, and then that second year it drops down because there's no new vehicle. I think that explains it.
So, yeah, we could probably get, we have another day, get a little bit more, if we have questions that spin out of this, get some more answers associated with it. Lena's trying to talk and she's on phone. So, Alex, I need you to help with the importing of that.
Hello, am
There she is.
I in?
Yep,
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So every year we go through this process. Right at budget time, we start trying to figure out how we're going to handle the increase for the deputies and how we're going to meet the needs. I think we should treat this department, because it's just like the courts and all the other departments, but I'm just wondering if we should put this department on a plan to really figure out what the needs are and how much, what is it that we should allocate and project that through the years. Because every year we do this, one officer, two officer, and we're always trying to juggle. And we're reactive. We're not fully discussing and evaluating, where the needs are. I know our Sheriff Driscoll, I know you've done that, but on our end, we're trying to figure out how we're going to be able to allocate the needs, the budget for the needs, and at the same time meet the needs of other departments. I know that we have done work with you on housing, incentives, salary, the retirement funds. We've done a lot, and so now I think we need to do a lot more, and that would be my comment on this for now.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions, or do you want to make any comments, Sheriff?
I like to make another comment. I think that putting all departments on this, if we're going to do that, we can't just single out one department. It will only be fair for every other department to do that. And then also, if we're going to do that plan, we need to start working at it. And I think for this particular area, I'm mostly concerned about the safety and the well-being of our officers. And if they're worked out, they're overworked and they can't function, they get into an accident, all this and that, it's going to really, really cut into the services of the services that they provide to the communities. So that's where I'm coming from. And I'm not sure how I did mention this prioritization 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 year, things like that when the budgets first came up. And I think we need to have a better, this is workable. I can see it's working the way it is, but I think your recommendation, Lena, is to get a plan going. I think I think we just need to look at another way of with fair and being equitable and with all the departments. But everybody has a need. I can see that with limited funding and things like that. But I think staff burnout, compression is something that is really happening in this organization. And we really need to take a look at all the services that are being provided, or which ones are mandated. We should just go with the mandates up front, and go with those. And then after that, add, what's very important services, then that way they can focus on the mandates and then, not get burned out so much and, or something like that. And that's just what I'm throwing out right now. But again, we're gonna do a plan that's gotta go across the board. I don't want to single out any one department and having to do this. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Yeah, and that's a piece of, we need to give staff a chance to take a look at the implications across the board of it. And actually, we have been, there's always a need within the sheriff's office, and we've been trying to accommodate over the years, trying a lot of different unique things. I would kind of use a comparative to some of the discussions associated with FTEs and compensation. It's similar with the sheriff's office. So we hold positions for a lot of the other departments because we see the public safety need, we see the burnout, we see the challenges associated with the sheriff's department. And we have tried to, and we continue to, and we've got a history. It would probably help to see what we've been able to do, but we can't put everything towards the sheriff's office either. We also need to maintain that balance to help other departments that have that. They're hitting that. It's been 20 years since they had an FTE. They're hitting capacity. So how do we keep that balance? And that's where give staff a little bit more time. Let's see what the implications are with the FTEs. We definitely, obviously, Jim, we're sensitive to your needs. We want to try and accommodate, but we got to take a look at this bigger picture. And so that's where, let's give staff a chance, go back, take a look, see the implications of where, if we're taking an FTE and putting it into the sheriff's office, where are we pulling it from? And how is that comparative? What are we doing with our decision on that? So that's where we can come back, tomorrow as we're doing wrap up, and or some of this, we don't have to do the tentative budget until the end of the June. Some of these conversations aren't going to play out immediately. We're trying to get there, but we'll see where we go.
One more comment.
Go ahead, Judy.
The other thing is that on overtime, a lot of departments that I've seen and worked with also, they do comp time for staff, not necessarily pay them for overtime. If something can be worked out, with the staff, some that can be overtime and some would be comp time. I think that would be good too, and that way we're saving a little bit money too. This is just something I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that's a whole other presentation by HR. Erica could give a discussion of that, and we have had that occurring as well. If we need to, we can bring that back. Probably not in the next day or two, but give Erica a chance to talk about that if we desire that conversation as well.
Another question?
Yeah, go ahead, Hieronymo.
What's Armory Patrol increase? Sheriff?
Supervisor Vasquez, it's ammunition. The cost of ammunition has skyrocketed 5 and 6 times the normal cost. And we have certain amounts of qualifications that we have to do every year, and it's primarily for ammunition and the increased cost.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question was, it says here upgrade connectivity to MDCs to cradle points, but then in the notes it says more information needed. What exactly is that?
Well, cradle points versus I think what's called a jetpack. We tested a jetpack, which is a cheaper alternative, but the remoteness, the remoteness of so many of our areas, the jetpacks were ineffective. The cradle points worked much more effectively and in more remote areas, and
So are they in essence,
it improved the connectivity for the MDC.
so it would be more like hotspots to allow the officers to have connectivity in remote areas?
Yes, a cradle point is like that on steroids.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Did we do it? Get through all those?
Yeah, I believe we did.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. And we're going to keep rolling down the list here.
Okay. I'm around if you need anything.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the final items, Superintendent of Schools, we met with our superintendent this morning. We were recommending, of course, with ARP funding, the Building Resilient Youth program that she's submitted in her increments. So that's there. Any discussion on that one?
No, I think we covered that. Yeah.
The next item, Superior Court. So looking at additional resources, the 2-year program, possible ARP funding for the additional division, bailiffs, the request for the judicial services budget, also restoration of competency, and the Rule 11. So looking at that entire package for ARP funding, again, knowing that if we're not able to receive support to do the ARP funding for that, those expenses, those investments would fall under the general fund. So I do not have the additional breakdown just yet of what that might look like, but basically looking at all of the stakeholders, all of our professionals and all of the justice departments, they would of course have some more details to work out on that. Questions, comments? Okay.
Like everybody's okay.
And then finally, last but not least, treasurer. So 2 recommendations in those areas, additional wages, and then also the addition of another FT, and those are being recommended for general fund funding and support for this budget year.
I think that's good. I'm glad to see that you were giving her an additional FTE. It sounds like that she's been having one of basically being loaned to her from other departments. So I'm glad to see that she's picked up a lot of additional load, and she will because of ARP, and she's going to have to oversee that funding as well. So I think that's great.
And then, Mr. Chair, if I could make another comment just regarding FTEs and planning ahead. So in your budget documents, there is a staffing list for each of the departments, provides the positions, the number of positions. And so we certainly have that information. When we look forward, looking into the future, we might want to look at, and I've not fully thought this through, but putting what are the staffing requirements for the next 3 to 5 years. But having said that, to create that information is important, just from us looking at the future. At the same time, though, we're looking at what are the resources necessary to invest in those FTEs. And so we're looking at the situation that we find ourselves in today, that our revenues are constrained. Then what are we going to be doing to support investments in FTEs? I think we all agree that barring the mandated components of our budget, we should be looking at FTEs first. And then from there, what is the next, what is that hierarchy of needs? If you look at the organization, what is the most kind of the above the line, below the line? So FTEs, of course, would be part of that above the line where we're saying, what are the needs going forward for the next 3 to 5 years? And then how are we, looking at investing and covering those? So again, some future planning, we plan life cycle costs on equipment. We plan life cycle on vehicles. and not to be disrespectful at all, but looking ahead to say, okay, well, what are the FTE needs of the organization for the next 3 to 5 years? And have that as part of as a living document that we're looking at throughout the year. So where it's not, to Supervisor Fowler's observation, it's not all coming to discussion in the context of, 2-week period. But no, we've known that. We know what that plan is. We know it from the beginning of the year. We're anticipating that. We're looking at that to say, there may be some positions that are maybe grant eligible. But again, how do we look at that more comprehensively?
Yeah, it definitely creates a context of just the discussions we were having, seeing that and what we've seen through the past 2 weeks on it. Okay, I haven't had somebody for so many years. I can't even get vacation, etc. My people are getting tired. So it creates the context. We can see where the pressure points are and, how long the lags occurred and all that as well. So I love that idea. Other board members? Yeah.
Agreed.
Go ahead, Patrice.
No, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
Just saying yes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, Judy's. Yep. Good idea, Steve. And even Lena.
So,
Go ahead,
can you
Lena.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is where also we have been talking about just the major projects. We need that as a list, and that's where the capacity issue comes in. So we need to have that rolled out as well, and looking at our staff and seeing what we need into the future. So that's very good. Thank you.
Sure, Ryan, I just want to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
This document is really helpful to see the full breakout and the full SRI requests for this process. I really appreciate that. I was wondering if there was a way to have this same document but split up by which fund, so that way you had all the general fund requests in one, all the ARP requests in another, and then maybe a third sheet that was all the other. And the reason is just to have a sense of how much we're talking about that's being requested from the general fund, how much ARP fund, and I'm sure it won't match exactly to the budget of what we have or exactly to what we want to request for ARP, but it would help. It would, at least for me, it would be useful to be able to see which ones are specifically targeted for the general fund, which ones are specifically targeted for ARP, which ones we don't know yet, just in terms of taking into account full budget for the whole budget.
Yeah, I think that's, we've been sorted. I'm not going to speak for the budget staff, but I think we can pull that together for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. We probably should have taken lunch. We had a lot of people that have been hanging in there all this time on it. So Steve, what else do you got here?
I'm going to hold off. Well, we're going to be returning tomorrow. I don't believe we're going to need the entire day though, but I'd like to see what would be a good start time for you. Do you want to start at 9 or 10? What would be what's the preference of the group?
I'd love to start at 9 and then I'd rather be done earlier than later. So I'd like to start at 9.
9.
So
I like to start at 9 or 8.
So
8 and 9.
Hang on a second. The question should go back to Steve for your for your guys for finance and budgets folk.
Let me ask Siri, what's a good time for start tomorrow?
Because they need to compile for us guys, just to make sure.
That makes sense. You're right. I'm sorry.
Sure, I think we could make either 8 or 9 o'clock work though, since we're breaking early.
Yeah, so we're breaking early. And really we're looking at the sorting, a different sort of the list that Supervisor Vasquez mentioned, and also looking at the impact of some of the scenarios with the discussion we've had today on the 10-year plan. So we would be coming back to you with some of the follow-up on some of the increments or some of the requests that have been made, looking at the the sorting that we will put together, and then the 10-year plan. Because in the end, we're going to be looking at, okay, good conversations, and here are the numbers as it relates to the budget from the discussion. So if we start at, I think 9 would be a good start.
Yeah. Yeah, we got 4 thumbs up on 9s. Lena's the one in the car, so she's out.
So we'll come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then excuse me, Mr. Chair, and then John and Siri and Cindy.
Hey,
Sorry, did I misspeak?
That was me. I caused her trouble. Go ahead, Steve. We can mute her.
And Siri, if you can do, John or Siri and Lucinda, let's set up a huddle on post just really quickly after this meeting is over to just close the loop on some follow-ups. I think we'll be good to go for tomorrow.
Just a final wrap up on the fire. The fire is, they have it contained. There's still quite a bit of smoke. Expectation is that they'll open the southbound traffic first and northbound traffic later. So we're communicating with Alex. Alex, thank you for getting that out in terms of supporting communication on the Highway 89 closure, but watch for that communication. As soon as they reopen, I'll let you know.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, Mr. Chair, that concludes the staff portion of today. You're muted.
Let's just do a quick round from the supervisors. Patrice.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, getting the wrap up. And this was very, very good. I thought it was an excellent meeting today. So thank you.
All right. And then Hieronyma.
Yes, thank you, Steve and your staff. Thank you for all the hard work you put in. Definitely starting to clarify the picture and seeing, what's the different pieces to the puzzle. Apologize for giving you a little extra work, sorting some things out, but I think that'll be helpful tomorrow as we're making these decisions. And I just appreciate the extra work that the staff has been to help clarify all this for us. Thank you.
We're finding all the type A's out there. Judy.
I just looking forward to tomorrow and see where it takes us. And I'm excited to see what the staff was going to put together for the presentation. And I just wish you a good afternoon and evening and get some rest. And we'll be here for the final day tomorrow.
All right, Lena. She go be. Maybe we did really mute her. There you go. Yeah, I'll keep it nice and simple. Just you're all working and doing a wonderful job. Appreciate everybody listening in. Yeah, definitely hard decisions, but good ones. A lot of good work. We'll see everybody. I'll adjourn the meeting, and we'll see everybody tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And/or hear people, huh?
Thank you all. Take care.
Thanks, Steve.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Siri and crew.
Yes.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.